Welcome to Paranormal M, where the unexplained becomes reality. Subscribe and enable notifications to stay on top of our latest spine-chilling stories. Get ready for a thrilling supernatural journey. My aunt's house. I lived with my brother and parents in a flat in the north part of the city. Due to a legal procedure, then we were evicted from that flat, so we split up. My parents and brother went to live in a flat near the area, and because I had no money to pay rent, my aunt offered me to live in the second house that she and her husband have. This house was located in the east zone of the city, a bit far from my work, and, well, the area that I used to live for more than 20 years. However, it sounded like a promising way to start my independence. The house is located in a zone that is not very safe, and the periphery around my house is a bit shady. But it's worth to say that it's a really big house with a big metallic door, big kitchen and living room area, and 4 double bedrooms, 2 complete bathrooms, an extra service room, and a little quote-unquote chapel. Second side note. My uncle studied to be a priest, and then he studied psychoanalysis. He was a very well-educated man. He knew a lot about black magic, tarot, and exorcisms. That kind of stuff. Third side note. This house was used as a consultory house, so anything related to therapy or any other kind of stuff that he needs to sort out was dealt with in this house, conferences and seeing patients. So the first time I arrived, I had a spooky feeling about it. I went into my room and had difficulties to sleep. Then, about 2300 hours, I heard 3 massive bangs that came from inside the closet. Shit myself, called my aunt. She said that it was because of the neighbors, but to be honest, the sound was quite loud to be the neighbors. Every night I came in from work, I felt quite agitated and quite anxious. After closing the main door, I had to run upstairs to put the lights on. That was until I came into my room. Once again, I usually avoided all the other areas of the house. The only other area that I would go to at night was the bathroom, which was right next to my room. Some creepy noises were common during the night. It was also common to hear a window opening, which was even more scary. One day my girlfriend stayed overnight with me, so she went to all the rooms in the house, checking everything just to find anything spooky. So she found a cassette with what supposedly was a therapy session, according to the label. But when we played it, it was the following. Michael was speaking with a woman, and this woman was saying that she was having a headache. Suddenly she said, "The voices in my head are trying to say something." Then my uncle asked what they were saying. Completely out of the blue, the woman started speaking with a really deep, guttural voice and said something in a language that we couldn't understand at all. Then my uncle asked her to explain herself. The guttural voice said something else, and then the cassette stopped. After this situation, more creepy things started to happen in the house. Suddenly, a lot of big and creepy spiders and scorpions were seen around the upstairs rooms. One night when we were playing cards, something moved the main deck from the middle of the table to the left corner of it. I could barely sleep. I started to leave the side lamp all night on. I used to sleep from 2 or 3 a.m. until 5 a.m. There was a really creepy feeling around the house. There were some, void areas. The main ones were the kitchen, the quote-unquote chapel, and the room that we found the cassette. If you were there, you could easily feel that someone was behind you. Finally, I said all of this to my cousin, and she explained to me that her father, my uncle, did one kind of quote-unquote exorcism in that house, and that he knew that something was wrong with it. But for him, it wasn't too bad. All the audios were just to prove that kind of things were real and relatively common. I lived there for just 2 months. It felt like I was there for ages. As a funny fact, the only person that used to go there regularly was my uncle and my girlfriend. But my aunt just went there once when I was moving out. She stayed in the car park area the whole time. Some months after I moved, I asked her why she didn't go to that house regularly. She said that she doesn't like it because she knows the house is haunted. Then she started laughing. I accidentally conjured an evil spirit that tormented me and my family for 3 years. Growing up in a Christian household, I knew the battle between good and evil existed in our world, whether we saw it or not. Going to church and Sunday school every week, I was taught about the Word of God and how He wants to have us live. But in Sunday school, I was never taught that my faith would make me a target for several demonic spirits that would eventually attack me and my family for 3 years. What started as an evil spirit attaching itself to me eventually culminated into 2 separate events. The first event is a situation that won't be included in this story. I have to sort of cram it. I'll try to make the retelling of my story as quick as I can. But the basic gist of the first event was a situation where the entity that followed me everywhere ended up physically attacking several of my classmates at my friend's birthday party. The second event being in my church, where my sister was maliciously attacked by an unseen force. She was pinned to the floor by members of her church as they prayed over in a large group. That I will explain, for it was the event that ended a series of intense spiritual battles that overtook my family's life. In 2014, my family, along with 11-year-old me, resided in Tucson, Arizona for a job opportunity that my father was given to start a new business. Our original home is in Colorado, where I was born and raised. We needed a scene change in our lives, so we left the Rocky Mountains and landed in the desert. Needless to say, I never got used to the number of cacti I saw wherever I turned. Come spring break, my family took a trip to Avondale, Colorado to visit my cousins. Gotta love plural for cactus. The house my cousins stayed in was quite literally in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but open fields and corn stalks. The nearest neighboring house was half a mile down the dirt road. As if my cousin's house wasn't creepy enough, it was so far out in the country in the nighttime that it was like especially dark. I always remembered having an uneasy feeling about the property itself. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful house, not to mention its huge size. It has 2 floors including a basement and a modern layout with a cement exterior. The house was so big and so isolated you'd be able to see the house driving several miles away. My cousins were the only family to have lived on the property, so any possibility of deaths on the land was out of the question. The house my cousins lived in had no conceptual reasoning to be as creepy as it was. It wasn't until one night my cousins and I were about to go to bed. My cousin Savannah told me why she didn't like sleeping in her room at night. Every few nights she would see a little girl standing on the edge of her bed and stare at her. Just the thought of that scared the shit out of me. Couldn't blame her for not wanting to sleep in her room. As a matter of fact, Savannah had taken the opportunity to sleep in the living room while we were visiting. Me, Savannah, and her friend Taylor, we all huddled up in the living room and treated it like a fun little sleepover. When Savannah told us she was seeing that little girl, we ended up staying the topic of, scary stories and things like that. This was when Taylor told the story of Courtner Road, a story that would soon become very personal to my life. Courtner Road is an actual road that's set about 10 minutes away from the house, and where legend spreads that a man went crazy in the house and he lived in with his family. The old man savagely murdered his wife, son, and daughter, skinned the family dog. The old man was so out of his mind he hung his daughter's body in a tree branch that hangs over Cortner Road so everybody who drove past could see it. In a fit of rage, the old man lit his house on fire. Now all that remains on the property is the outline of destroyed walls and a basement. Taylor and Savannah told me they'd both gone to the property at some point and confirmed that all that's left standing there are the remains of fire that burned the house down. At some point I asked if anything had happened to them as they went to the property. They responded with a list of things that people they knew had experienced in the past, and, when they went, things like still seeing a little girl in the pink dress hanging in the tree and her father tied her to it. Or maybe seeing the family's white dog chasing away from the property. But the worst one for me was seeing a tall man in a black cloak showed itself to the people that visited and continued to haunt them in the future. But knowing these were just stories to freak me out, I passed them off. Eventually we stopped freaking each other out and fell asleep. Savannah and Taylor slept on the only 2 couches in the living room, leaving me to sleep on the carpet floor with a blanket and a pillow in front of the couch Savannah was laying on. Around 12 in the morning, I'd woken up from a heavy sleep. Everyone else was sleeping as well. Savannah snoring, Taylor stretched across the couch in a way that's sure to give her back problems when she wakes in the morning. I sat up from the floor and peered into the kitchen to look at the time in the oven. Sure enough, it was only a few minutes past 12. I looked around the house as I sat on the floor wide awake. The weirdest part is that I didn't even feel uneasy, or that somebody was watching me. It wasn't until I looked toward the foyer and saw him standing there. My heart sank to my stomach as my brain connected the dots. Standing in the center of the foyer, in the front of the main entrance, was the figure of the tallest man I've ever seen in my life. Abnormally tall. He was so tall he was hunching over and stared directly at the floor. I was unable to see his facial features as he continued to stare at the ground. I even contemplated in my mind and was making out what I was seeing. But the more I stared at him, the more real he became. His entire body was covered in black, with a hood that sagged over his head almost as if he were the perfect embodiment of the Grim Reaper. His clothes made him look almost cartoonish, with his hands at his sides as he continued to stare directly at the floor. When it became clear that's what I was staring at, a coldness flowed through with a sensation as if the blood in my veins had turned to ice. I quickly tucked my head under the covers, hoping that whatever was standing there just wouldn't notice that I saw it. But it became clear that it was intact towards me. The voice of a man spoke through the blanket and into my ears as his lips were speaking directly above my head. Speaking in a language that sounded like gibberish. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I knew in my heart that his intent was to hurt me. I could feel it. It took strength out of me to snap out of it and to scream for Savannah to wake up. Several times I screamed for her, each time getting louder and more urgent. But the third time I shouted, the voice above me had stopped. I heard Savannah's groggy voice asking what I needed. Quickly hopped into the couch beside her and cried as I told her and Taylor what had just happened to me. I didn't leave the couch for the whole night, didn't even go back to sleep. I sat in shock and fear, watching television, waiting for the sun to come up. I didn't experience anything supernatural again until we had gone back home to Arizona. To sum up the next few months of my life, I began needing to have white noise playing while I went to sleep, or I'd hear the voice of a tall man calling my name over and over again. I also slept with my closet light on because I was scared of being surrounded by complete darkness in the circumstance. The worst nights were when I'd wake up and feel my bed mattress vibrating and breathing. For years, the entity continued to make its presence known. Not only at night, but even throughout the day. Daytime was when I'd notice shadow figures running around my house. I had confirmation that I wasn't just making it up because my dog Harley would react when I was seeing her, either by growling at the figures or following them where they'd run off to. Flash forward about a year later to my mom and dad, and they're deciding to get a divorce. My mom took me and my sister Jessica back to Colorado, where all of our family reside. This time we moved to Colorado Springs, stayed with a family friend until we had enough money to get a place for us to stay. By this point, my sister had been tested and diagnosed with PNES, post-non-epileptic seizures, a mental illness that the spirits that followed me would soon take advantage of and target my sister. Being extremely financially unstable, not knowing if we would find a place to live while battling my father in court for custody of me and Jessica, my mother had a lot on her plate, and that was the perfect opportunity for the entity to strike. What started out as convulsions, Jessica's seizures soon turned violent. When Jessica had an episode, she began screaming for help and crying in agony. There was pain on her face. Jessica would explain to her mother that during these episodes she would see several shadow figures surrounding her, holding her down and whispering horrendous words that threatened her. Jessica was being oppressed by several demonic spirits, and her mental health took a toll. At the age of 16, Jessica had attempted suicide more than once. Her doctor was convinced that she was showing signs of schizophrenia. She was eventually sent to several different psychiatric hospitals throughout the next few months. In the short amount of time that we'd have Jessica home with us, we would attempt to go to church every Sunday. But as expected, Jessica's episodes would become more intense and violent than ever. Her episodes got so bad we would need to leave halfway through the service. My mom, desperate for help, would cry on the way back home. The grace of going to church had been stripped from us. My sister was persistent to try to return to church as much as she could. But the day that all hell broke loose was when Jessica stayed for an entire service. When the service had ended, Jessica almost immediately collapsed to the floor and slipped into another episode. A member of our church and close family friend, Wayne, had quickly run to Jessica on the floor to help her. Wayne wasn't prepared when an unseen force had attacked my sister as she lied in his arms. Jessica screamed the most painful and blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. A scream that I'll never forget either. She was sobbing for someone to help her. The attention of a group of church members quickly rushed over to Jessica and saw what was happening to her. It didn't take them long to surround Jessica like a swarm of bees, placing their hands on her and prayed in a powerful way I've never seen before. Several church members began speaking in tongues, holding her to the floor as Jessica wailed and struggled to push them off of her. This episode continued for at least 10 minutes before Jessica had become unconscious and lied limp in Wayne's arms. A few minutes more of praying went by, and Jessica had finally regained consciousness. She cried about what had happened, and she was embarrassed, but most of all, she was crying tears of joy that their prayer had stopped and, this whole attack on her. That was the last time Jessica's seizures were like that. She still has seizures to this day, but they've transitioned back to the convulsions that she had when they first started. And eventually, so did the experiences that pursued on to me at night. It wasn't until recently when I was talking to my mother about my experiences as a child when I realized that they had stopped the day of Jessica's last episode in the church. That's when I knew it was important for me to tell this story, for people to understand that evil in this world exists and how serious of an issue it is. Over the last few years, I've researched as much as I could to gain some sort of an understanding of the events that occurred in my life. I had stumbled upon the Courtner Road story several times in articles. The legend stays the same, but with more research, I found out the real story of what happened on Courtner Road. The tale everybody hears now was made during the era of the Satanic Panic in the 1970s and 80s. A man who actually knew the family on Courtner Road personally made a statement that the old man and his wife died in the house due to natural causes in the 60s. Their children are alive and well to this day. The rumors and stories of the old man killing his family led to trespassers on the property. They'd conjure up spirits of what they thought was a family that died there. It was called when the house was set on fire, destroyed to stop people from sneaking onto the property and the things they were doing there. Finding this information has only made me sort of warier of what haunts the property on Corner Road. I've never ever been on the property before, but whatever it was, we gave recognition to the night I saw the tall man followed and traumatized me for 3 years of my life. Whether it was what haunts the actual property or not, the entity manifested itself as the idea created in the minds of naive kids. We invited something that we could not handle, and that is the message the world needs to hear. A playmate I don't remember. This is a story that my mom tells all the time because, in quotes, I have a special connection with everyone around. I always thought this had something to do with her being my mom, but other people have told me the same, that they feel as if they've known me their whole lives and particularly calm when I'm around. This happened when I was around 4 or 5. My mom was in charge of that year's senior class, and as it was tradition in the school that they would have a road trip to a ski resort right at the top of the Andes between Chile and Argentina for a whole week, some parents and me, since my dad was working in the north back then, couldn't be left alone. During the week we had a great time with her class, but I would usually go to the hotel to play in the 3rd floor lobby with a blonde friend. As I always told my mom, at least this, and that I liked to play with him because he had old toy cars, and she said it was okay because she could hear us play in the lobby in the hallway from our room. My mom thought that he was just another kid staying in the hotel with his family, or one of her students. That was until the day that we had to leave, when she spoke with the hotel manager. My mom asked her if I had been in trouble from the other family staying there with the noise of both kids playing around the hotel. To which the manager went white, said that we were the only group staying in the hotel that week since it was not skiing season yet. But that it was known that a British kid had died there during a blizzard in the 60s, and that the kid is their company all year round pretty much. He's always been very friendly, but never played with others. Now it was my mom's expressionless face that went white. She said thanks for everything, hopped on the bus that would take us down the mountains. During the trip, she asked me about this playmate I had in the hotel, and I gave her a full description of a blonde boy wearing green pants and a jacket with a sort of funny black tie and a yellowish shirt. I also told her that he always felt kind of cold, except when I invited him to play with me and that he had cool old toys. I started to think that I was in trouble. Well, she told me there was nothing to fear. Everything was all right. We have pictures and videos of that trip, but to this day, I cannot remember anything about that week. I've been followed by the paranormal for the vast majority of my life, and here are my experiences. The first experience is actually more akin to several experiences all wrapped up into one house. When I was much younger, at around 12 or 13 I believe, we moved into a house in a nice little neighborhood near the school I was attending at the time. It was a ranch-style house, which means instead of being multiple stories, it's just long. The front door was on the left front side of the house, and immediately to the right of the door was a large panoramic window looking into the living room. The living room led into the kitchen, my sister's room, which contained the attic. From the kitchen, if you went left, you went into the dreaded basement. If you went straight, you went to the backyard. If you went to the right, you would hit the bathroom, my room, and my parents' room in that order. Now, I should mention this house was built into a hill, so half the basement was sticking out of the ground, and my room was technically the 2nd floor off the ground in terms of height. Now that I've gotten that word vomit out of the way, excuse me, I'll start with the actual experiences. With small things at first, objects would never be exactly where we left them. The dogs would stare at things that weren't there, and every once in a while we would see and hear things like shadows or knocking and scratching. It seemed as though when we agreed to just ignore it, the activity got worse. Much worse. The dogs would bark and sometimes even pee in fear of things that we couldn't see. Objects began to be thrown. My father even told me that he had heard two little girls trying to get his attention, felt them tugging on his leg like a child would. The worst part was the basement. Cliché, I know, but it's true. The second I stepped on the stairs to go down, this overwhelming feeling of dread, fear, and despair would overwhelm my body, and it felt like I was paralyzed. I saw humanoid-looking figures shuffle along the floor, heard angry yells and shouts, and one time when I was coming up from letting the dogs out, I even felt something angrily grab at my ankle. Safe to say I didn't go down there unless I had to. The activity only got worse as time went on. I began hearing disembodied voices speaking to me late at night. Footsteps when I was home alone, and the dogs were with me. Even seeing faces and figures out of the corner of my eye. I began sleeping with a fan and a noise machine to cover up the noises so I might be able to sleep properly. But they only got louder. The bathroom was another creepy place. If you crossed the bathroom at any point after 9 p.m. and before 6 a.m., you could see what looked like a man with a blacked-out face staring at himself in the mirror. I remember blanking out at random, having visions of myself dying in gruesome ways and even waking up, like, in the air, for lack of a better term. Everybody in the house but me saw a doppelganger of myself on multiple occasions. They said it looked just like me. But there was always something odd about it, like it had too many teeth or a scar or a cut that shouldn't have been there. My parents still refused to talk to me about what they had found in the attic, and honestly, seeing as we moved out shortly after they went up there to store the Christmas tree, I'm fine with that. I have more stories of this house, but these are the most notable ones, so I'll be moving on to the next house now. This next house is like an apartment complex that we were staying at due to needing a cheap place to live and it being available. I was about 13 or 14 at the time. It had 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a small bathroom, and a living room. It was all in a square shape. My room was in the corner. My parents' and sister's room was in the corner right next to me. The bathroom was in between mine and my parents' room, and the kitchen and living room were on the other 2 corners. Now, the activity in this house didn't happen often per se, but it was still disturbingly strong, as if the lack of quantity was replaced by quality. The bathroom had this weird feel to it, almost as if somebody was watching you go. We've heard laughs come and go from there when we're all in the living room. My room seemed to be the hotspot for activity. I heard footsteps and things would get chucked across the room, and the most notable experience yet took place in this house specifically. Remember how I said I slept with a fan and a noise machine so I didn't hear any noise or anything like that? Well, apparently whatever is in that house didn't like that, because I'm sitting in bed with my head under the covers. Another habit to avoid seeing, hearing, or feeling anything. That's when my fan and my noise machine gets physically switched off as if somebody reached over, turned them off. I don't mean the power went out and I was delirious. It was 10:33 p.m., my phone was plugged up, still charging, and it got deathly quiet. Like eerily quiet. When you know something is horribly wrong but can't fathom what it is, I get this urge to look out my window. I don't even know why. There's 2 glowing, floating, transparent figures staring straight at me. I couldn't even scream. It's like my throat had seized up. I jumped backwards, letting go of the blinds and concealing the window again, and as I wore the covers for so long, I started to sweat. Finally, around 11:30 p.m., I gained enough courage to shine my flashlight, turned my noise machine and fan back on, and immediately went to bed. This was the single most notable experience of my life. The next house is actually the one I live in now, from age 17 to now. When I graduated high school, I moved in with my grandmother's house, and she had a spare room and lived within walking distance of where I worked at the time. All you need to know for layout of this is that the house in my room is, all you need to know for the layout of this house. Oh, they wrote it weird. It's not my fault. Their room's literally across from their basement door. And apparently that's convenient, as that's where they spend most of their time. But it's also where the majority of the activity takes place. Down in the basement is a massive open room, which in the back left corner leads to another big room with a wood shop in it. The back right corner, however, contains the hotspot room. I've been spoken to in there, had things thrown at me. I've been touched on the neck and told to get out of my domain. All kinds of crazy stuff. My tech setup is downstairs as well, as it's the only place I can sort of scream "fuck" at full volume without my wonderful, sweet grandmother hearing me. Bless you. So I've been playing before, had something thrown at me from behind, and turned around to see that door I knew damn well had been shut with the light on swing open with the light off. The one at that house has sort of scratched the letter N into my neck. Left scratches on my back, even attempted to drag me down the stairs once as I was leaving. I have more stories from this house as well, but once again, these are the notable ones. I'm not expecting all of you to believe every single one of these stories, but if you read this far, I appreciate you taking the time to hear my experiences and what I felt and what I believe happened to me. If any of you have any questions, please, just ask below and I'll answer them. I have some pictures, but I'm not going to dig them up unless people ask for them. My haunted house. My house has been haunted all of my life. It started in the apartment I lived in as a kid, but it followed me to where I am currently living. In the past 10 years, I've experienced more paranormal activity than most people have in their lives. It started with an attachment I had from using a Ouija board at 11 years old. Since I have so many paranormal experiences to share, I'm going to limit this post to the things that have taken place in my current home, with a focus on the most significant things to take place over the years. To preface this, I'd like to say that I'm a female, 21 years old. But when I moved into my current home, I was 13. I was living with both my parents, 4 cats and a dog. Now it's myself, Dad, my girlfriend, 3 cats, a dog, and a living room here. The history of the house isn't really overly important. We bought it from a family, and the woman that lived in the house had been moved to hospice. That's where she passed away. Her kids were selling her condo. Her name was Helen. That's as much significant history as there is in my current home. Outside of that, it seems that the entities in our home aren't necessarily attached to the location as much as they are attached to us. A little background on the spirits in my house. I know Helen is here. She's been heard by multiple people. She has a distinct old lady perfume smell and a calming feeling that comes along with her. We also have an unknown number of spirits or entities in the basement. I have a hard time explaining them because I don't really know if there are multiple male human spirits or one inhuman spirit making it seem like more than one. But whatever it is, it feels dark and masculine, if that makes sense. Helen mainly stays upstairs, and whatever is dark typically stays in the basement. The main floor is typically more poltergeist-type activity. That being said, now onto some more specific experiences. I'm going to start with the most asked about thing that has ever happened to me. Anyone that knows me or hears about this asks about it. So one day, I was probably around 14 at the time. I was in my bed late at night responding to Snapchat streaks, but being a teen, I laid in bed, makeup probably off. I didn't feel like sending pictures of my face or really putting any effort in, but I also didn't want to just send a black screen. So I was taking pictures of my bedroom door because our hall light was on. After snapping and sending a few photos, my camera started struggling to focus. It wouldn't take the picture because it just kept trying to focus. Finally, the picture took, and it was a dark black figure that was peering in at me in the photo. It was out of focus, and of course, well, I freaked out, but I looked up and saw nothing, so I snapped another photo, and that one came out clear and there was no figure. At that time, I'd say that was the beginning of things taking a turn for the worse. A few days passed, and I'd gotten 3 scratches down my back in the shower. My aunt had heard about what I was experiencing and had a friend who was a Wiccan priest. I will say I wasn't necessarily open-minded to the Wiccan. Seemed like bullshit at first, but this man had told me that there are ways that we can open portals between our world and others. Sometimes our worlds, it's intentional, you could say. Other times, not so much, not always. He told me that candles give off a pure white light. But when set in front of a mirror, that light doubles and turns impure or dark. Hard to explain, but I understood it as a candle alone equals good, candle in front of mirror equals bad. Safe deduction. He said if you have a candle in front of a mirror and look into it, that can open a portal to a darker dimension. Again, as he was first telling me this, I was thinking bullshit. But then I remembered just days before I'd seen the figure in my bedroom, I'd taken a photo sitting in front of my bedroom mirror with the candle damn near in my lap. He told me to throw a sheet over the mirror without looking into it, get rid of it or remove it or whatever. My dad did so, and the second this sort of just sheet was covering my mirror, the power went out, and it was only in my bedroom. The rest of the house was fine. That was when I started to take the Wiccan stuff more seriously. A little while passed, and things seemed a little less dark or aggressive, but something was definitely still there. That's when the event occurred that caused us to call a priest to come bless our home and myself. I'd been home alone one day and had experience that's just hard for me to explain. Other people will simply say I was possessed for a few hours. But for me, it's more confusing than that. I have a lapse in time and memory where people are telling me I did things that I don't remember doing. I remember being on FaceTime with my best friend. I'd walked into my upstairs bathroom, which is weirdly a hotspot for activity in the house. The same room I got scratched. After walking in the bathroom, I don't remember anything else until it was hours later. So what I typed from here until I snap out of it is told to me by witnesses, if that makes sense to you. My best friend said while to me on FaceTime, the light started flickering in the bathroom. I just stopped talking, and I was staring up ahead past my phone. My friend asked what was wrong, and I responded with, "I can't leave, there's someone blocking the door." Right away she knew something wasn't right and told me to just go out. But I guess I ended up hanging up on the phone, but I had another friend who lived 2 blocks away from me. So my best friend called her and told her that she needed to go check on me. When she got to my house, she looked for me everywhere. Upstairs, main floor, basement. Looked in every room. I was nowhere to be found. Just as she was coming down the stairs to leave, I was standing in the middle of the main floor. If you walked in my house, you couldn't have missed me. So she asked where I came from, and that she was looking for me. She said I responded so calmly and eerily it wasn't like it was me talking. Told her I'd been in the bathroom. She said, "No, you weren't. I just looked in there." Once she had said that she said that, I completely changed, and she could tell that it enraged me. I told her that she needed to leave, and I even said, "You aren't welcome here." Being a 14-year-old girl talking to one of her best friends, that's definitely not like me. She tried to argue leaving, but apparently the more she did, the more aggressive I got about getting around. So out of fear, she left, and her friends just kept trying to call and text me to snap me out of it. 3 hours had passed. Nobody knew what I was up to. I posted a picture on my Snapchat story of myself in the mirror that was covered. The effing portal mirror. The caption saying something about it being time to stop being scared or stop running or something super creepy. The next thing I remember is sitting on the couch, and the best way I can describe it is this. It felt like waking up from a nap, except I didn't remember falling asleep, or even going to sit on the couch. After that, we had done a little bit more research, and we were talking with a priest and a Wiccan. I ended up finding out that I had an attachment that I created with the Ouija board at 11 years old. And then it only strengthened with the mirror portal. I was blessed, and so was the house, and for a long time things were better. My house is still extremely haunted, and I have plenty more to share those that are just some of the bigger things, though. Smaller, long story short things include hearing a deep guttural growl coming from the basement stairs. My dog won't even go in the basement. Hearing voices, getting touched, and objects moving, and orbs captured on camera. Saw a dead family member at church months after his passing. A couple of years ago, my family, which consisted of my dad, mom, little brother, uncle, aunt, and their 2 children, as well as my other uncle and his wife, were at church on a Sunday afternoon. It was just a regular Sunday Mass. Not anything special. What I remember happening was that all of a sudden we left in the middle of the service. We were walking out and were going to the parking lot, and I remember that my aunt was hysterical. She was crying and hugging my dad. My dad almost in tears as well. I was around 7 at the time, so I was really just puzzled and confused. But I eventually forgot about it and went on about my day. Years pass and the topic comes up at a family gathering. What really happened that day still creeps me the fuck out. How my family just talks about it now as if it weren't such a weird thing to have experienced is beyond me. But anyways, on that Sunday my family was leaning on one of the walls of the building facing the priest who was giving a lecture. Just because it was a really busy day and there weren't any seats left. About 30 minutes into Mass, my aunt notices a guy who looks almost identical to my deceased uncle in the crowd. She's stunned and elbows my dad to show him what she's looking at. The man she was pointing at was fortunate enough to have gotten a seat, and he was in one of the rows on a bench just sitting there. As my dad is staring at this guy, puzzled and in complete shock, the guy looks up at my dad, makes eye contact, and smiles. Then he just looks back at the priest who's giving a lecture. My dad freaks out, so does my aunt, who noticed that the guy was an exact copy of my deceased uncle. The guy all of a sudden gets up, excused himself from the people that he has to cross in order to get out of the row. He walks towards an exit. As soon as he does, my other uncle walks out after him, in an attempt to catch up to him and apologize for creeping him out. My uncle claims that he followed him up to the next exit where he turned a corner and ended up losing sight of him. Now that's already weird, but my uncle also claims he noticed a scar on the man's left forearm that he knew for a fact my deceased uncle had from a firework accident when he was little. Ever since then, they never really saw that guy again. Some family member of ours have claimed that they've seen somebody who looks exactly like the dead uncle, but who knows if it's the same guy that we saw that day. Anyone else grow up surrounded by the paranormal? For the vast majority of my childhood, my family's been very near to, and I'll explain this, or within haunting circumstances. When I say haunting, what I mean is the stuff that always had very little to no explanation from a realistic perspective. And though I've gone back to and tried to get the evidence, We had this stuff at the time, at least. It was many years ago, and I can't seem to find it. I hope anybody enjoys reading the story. It is all truth, and none of this is fiction. That said, you're welcome to believe what you want. To preface this, I want to mention this. I have 3 siblings that I grew up with. I am the middle child with an older brother and a younger sister, and another brother, the youngest of the 4 of us. I personally believe that children, most especially the ages 5 to 10, have a very acute sense of the paranormal. Some of you may know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like a sixth sense where you can walk into a room and it has an energy about it. Sometimes not even paranormal. For example, I've walked into a friend's home before, and the moment I stepped in the doorway, I was overwhelmed with a feeling of goodwill and happiness. This was weird, because despite feeling very neutral the entire walk over, I felt that happy. And I have experienced the opposite, where I've walked into my own home and suddenly I'm overwhelmed with a feeling of complete dread, danger, and like I'm being watched. A feeling that remains constant, becomes normal to you if you live in a haunted home. This sense definitely starts to dissipate as you grow older, more distracted with life, however. When I was 7, give or take, we had moved in with my mom's boyfriend. He was the kind of person to befriend many of the neighbors, mostly because he was out of his garage every night playing music and drinking. Surrounding people were like-minded. One such neighbor lived just across the street adjacent to us. Gotten pretty close with their son. We'll call him T. I spent a lot of time at their house, and it had before described constant feelings of dread. Unbeknownst to me at the time, their house was constantly getting activity. It was causing problems with T's parents, I believe. His mom was fixated on it and constantly recording the home and audio. I guess she was obsessive. T's dad was a military man and more of a skeptic. I guess they clashed about this often. She had a lot of EVPs and recordings of their dog reacting to activity. The most convincing of which was a video of her in bed woken up by the dog growling at the hallway. Her dog's behavior kept escalating to barking. I'm just going crazy. In the video, she reaches for a handgun, I think in the nightstand. Then you can hear in a low, growling male voice say, "Are you ready?" She stopped showing us the video here, so I suppose that's all she had captured this night. But for the most part, I never experienced anything in the house beyond what she showed us. But one night, T was over with his fam, and T, my younger brother, and I agreed to head back to his house to grab some toys or something. I can't remember. It's nearly dark outside, but it's just across the street, so no big deal. The house, however, is almost completely dark. We go to his room with limited visibility, and once inside, T begins telling us that sometimes while he's sleeping, he can hear somebody running around in the attic above his room. The attic door is just above his bed. The moment he finishes his sentence, as if on cue, it sounds like something heavy and loud starts sprinting through his attic. Needless to say, we ran out of the house, and they eventually had someone, I'm not sure if it was a priest or what, cleanse the house and do a walkthrough with a family member and also my mom. I remember it was difficult for them, but mostly I remember a story my mom still recites to this day. When we were doing the walkthrough, they eventually arrived at T's room, where she said the energy was the darkest and the most dreadful for her. As she begins to cleanse this particular room, T's mom says something like, "I'm gonna hurl." My mom, clear as day over her shoulder, can hear the same growling male voice say, "Good." She said that she could feel that whatever it was took pleasure in their pain. But for this house particularly, I'll be straight up. I didn't live in it. There's not much to say about it besides what's here. However, when my mom and her boyfriend broke up, we moved out and into our very own haunted house. I have a lot of stories from this house. It's not a very remarkable home. It's not a very creepy home. the gecko agrees. Just a regular house in a suburban lower-middle-class neighborhood. But we lived here for quite some time, and the activity was like daily. Daily is spelled D-A-I-L-Y, by the way. That's nuts. Nothing that went on there was explainable. Nothing. And to start, when we moved in, the backyard was pretty crappy with no grass and weeds everywhere. Wooden patio on the side of the house, concrete at one on the back. And the concrete patio was the name Sarah with a heart drawn around it. Presumably done when the concrete was still wet. I began to have a lot of dreams of who I thought was this girl Sarah. She wore a white gown and had dark hair. I was about 9 at this time. I didn't think much of it until my mom mentioned that she's been having similar dreams. Once we had the house fully furnished, all of my siblings and I had rooms upstairs. I shared the largest room with my younger brother. This room had the most activity. It would kind of branch out into the house, with this room being the worst. I started having very vivid, terrible nightmares here, my family being killed in the night in unexplainable ways while I could do nothing. The one I remember the best was all of them being suffocated by vines that grew out of our beds while I was the only one awake and being restrained by said vines. I started to remedy this by listening to music while sleeping. After several nights of music, my younger brother started complaining to my older brother. I needed to stop singing at night. One night, my older brother came in and woke me up and told me to stop singing. I hadn't been using the music this night. I told him I wasn't, and he said he could hear it from his room. Thought this was odd because I'd barely been falling asleep when he came in and was still conscious enough to know if I was singing. When he left the room, my younger brother from his bed said, "Who were you talking to?" I told him, which he said, "You never came into my room, silly." I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and there was another time my mom promised that she'd buy me a game if I cleaned my room that night, which was good enough for me. I remember that the entire time I was cleaning, the immense feeling of dread and of being watched, it was suffocating. I took frequent breaks. It was too much. I complained to my mom, and surprisingly she understood. Everybody in the house had been having similar experiences. She shrugged it off, nonetheless, told me to stop if I wanted to. But if it wasn't done, she wouldn't buy me the game. I was committed, so I continued, and after the conversation while I was cleaning alone in my room, something told me in a shrill, deep, almost demonic voice to get out. I went to my mom, told her what happened. She told me to stop for the night, and out of concern, sort of. The nightmare still continued in this room, and I began to lose sleep for many nights in a row. I was stressed, but soon my older brother was moving out, and I'd have his room. I was kind of relieved at the thought of this. Before he moved out, there was another incident wherein I watched the movie The Ring with him downstairs. When we finished it, he was going to watch the second one. And for some reason, he never disclosed that he really didn't want me to see it with him. He sent me upstairs, where I sat in the loft playing Mario Kart on the Wii, and that feeling returned. It's unmistakable, very clearly different from the feeling of being creeped out. You know something is there with you because its intensity is so much higher. I complained to my brother 3 separate times now that I didn't want to be upstairs alone right now. He didn't listen. After the last time, I came back upstairs and the bathroom light, fan, and shower were all on. I didn't even turn them off. I was just too scared. I sat on the stairs waiting for the movie to end. At this point, a lot of us kids I mean, kind of lived in fear of our own home, and tensions were high. We were always on edge. I got into frequent arguments with my older brother, and I developed general anxiety disorder. I was up several days in a row to a week because of the insomnia. I'm probably 13 at this point. There are many more trace little incidents, but I can't cover them all, just the major ones. Eventually, my brother moved out, and I took his room. My mom took her old room with her new fiancé and used the master bedroom downstairs as an office. My younger brother temporarily shared with his younger sister, and now my mom had the nightmare room. She has several stories of whispering and the cats acting very strange, but one always stood out to me. So one night she's asleep and she hears something open the door, then feels a weight pressed down on the bed by her feet like somebody sat down on it. She assumed it was one of her cats until she heard heavy breathing. She said that she was too scared to open her eyes right away, but eventually she did and nothing was there. The weight on the bed suddenly lifted and she woke up. Now my stepdad asked if he just experienced what she did and what he had. I had developed a very serious fear, probably from anxiety, that somebody was going to break in the house, and my insomnia only got worse because of it. I'd stay up sometimes 4 days in a row and just stare at the light from under my door. Sometimes I'd sit at the door afraid that somebody would try and open it. Often I saw shadows move in the slit under the door, but it could have just been my mind, I attribute my mental state at the time in part to the house, whatever was in it. You'd have to be and live in it for years to understand. Whatever it was not friendly, and it did not want us there. It never became content with us being there at all. I've since revisited the house after accidentally sending mail to it and spoke with the people who live there now. They seemed very on edge and would only open the door a sliver to talk to me. Wonder if this is what we were like when we lived there. Am I sleep deprived, or is something following me? I'm a 25-year-old law student who moved back home with his parents after college. Recently this year, I've been starting to feel a presence following me around. I feel it whenever I lay down. In particular, my bed. When I lay down, I feel like something, like a child or a small dog, follows me into bed in circles or moves around me. I swear I feel the bed and springs move, or that there's a pressure difference, or something's off about the weight distribution. It feels like an animal that I can't see. This is not limited to my home. Once I was spending the night at a friend's. As I rested on the couch, I felt as if his dog came up to my ear and began sniffing. But when I recoiled and looked, nothing was there. This happened several times. I do feel a sensation sometimes as if I'm being touched. Sometimes I also feel as if the thing is sniffing me. I'm also under a lot of stress because of school, so I feel that this might be stress-induced hallucinations. But man, I can't get over how I genuinely feel like something is following me. I can be a jumpy person, but also my house apparently has some history to it. When I was a baby, my sibling, decided to play with a Ouija board in what is now my room, and allegedly my siblings purport that they made contact with the spirit. Also, almost everybody has seen some sort of light, like an audible phenomena, apparition, or shadow people. Things moving on their own. For a while, none of this happened. Only ever so often. But now, similar to my oldest sister, I sometimes swear I hear my mom call out for me as clear as day. Only when I approach my mom. I find that she never called me, and sometimes I think I hear my little sister calling out for me, saying, "Whoa, that must be, Well, anyway, this person's handle on Reddit is called Adolf Oliver Nipples, because it's saying, Adolf Oliver Nipples' mom's calling you. That's why I stuttered. I think anybody would. It may be worth mentioning, my mental state is not the best, only because I don't like living at home, plus school and apathy. So, am I in dire need of mental health services, or do we need to bless the house again? We do this semi-regularly. My mom goes around with sage burning, saying a prayer, and we open all the doors and windows and let in the sun as my mom goes about. Then she'll grab holy water and sprinkle some in the closet, corner, bed, door, and window. Everywhere she continues a prayer. Then we light some incense, close the doors and windows. Either I'm sleep deprived, or I witnessed a skinwalker incident. Okay, skinwalker is a big leap since especially it happened in my own home. But I need at least some form of idea of what happened or closure that this happens to anyone else. And anybody that can pitch in with ideas, or I just simply can't ignore it. I'm a bad writer, so I'm just gonna go straight to the point. Doubting this will get any attention, but it's whatever. You got mine. So I have a dog. Her name is Sagan. Sagan is a Canon dog, but from the Google image search, she isn't a brown fur coat, she's black and white. You genuinely can see excitement in this dog. Always hyper, well-trained, smartest dog I've ever had. She's even smart enough to open the door to her room when she wants to go downstairs and eat food and comes back up. Overall, just a glowing puppy. This information is needed, I promise. Alright now, I live with my boyfriend and we both own Sagan. Me and my boyfriend stay up late for his streams for Twitch. We always play Call of Duty or Minecraft or whatever. I don't remember the time exactly, but I'll say around 2 a.m. Sagan was in our room next to my boyfriend set up watching him play. He was hungry, so I went downstairs to make noodles for him. I remember opening the door and I looked at Sagan and talked to her in sort of a baby voice. "Wanna come down with me, Sagan?" And usually if she wants to go, she goes and runs outside the door and waits for you to start at the steps and walks you down. If not, she sits down and stares, and this time she sat down, which answered my question. Walked down the stairs, nothing out of the ordinary. When finished, I headed toward the stairs with a bowl in hand. Start of the steps, I see Sagan lying in the middle of the stair. Looked pretty shocked at me because usually when she changes her mind or checks up on you, she goes downstairs, she runs to me and just follows me everywhere, every step. I didn't hear the door open if she did it, but I ignored it and excused it, just simply not hearing her open the door anyways. Sagan, she looked tired. I looked at her and she never slept downstairs when she always slept with us. I was kind of worried, but not too much to freak out. Just more like, she's tired, maybe she just wanted to lay there. Indeed, bird. So I pet her, talked in the baby voice and said I love you and expected the door to our room to be open. And like I said, Sagan knows how to open doors, but not how to close them. So, seeing it closed, I just assumed, alright, my boyfriend closed the door. When opening the door, fucking Sagan jumped on me hyper as usual, and I was so startled. I did a 360 to look at the steps, and that dog I saw was gone. I didn't hear the footsteps or shuffling of something going down the stairs, and I just didn't see anything. It happened so quick, it's like the shit teleported as soon as I opened the door. I asked my boyfriend if he let Sagan out of the room or heard Sagan open the door. He said no, and that Sagan was in the room waiting for me the whole time. I told him what happened. He said maybe I'm tired, but the thing was our sleep schedule was completely fucked. We sleep all morning and wake up at 10 p.m. to start streaming. So being fully awake and seeing that really left me speechless. Just lost my train of thought. Only thing I can think was, what the fuck did I touch? I petted her and I felt her fur. I touched the thing that wasn't even my dog. He just said, concerning, but laughed that the house is haunted. Made more jokes like, Sagan, do you have a twin? Don't get me wrong, I laughed too, but I was still startled. I went back downstairs to double check everything, and while in the kitchen I was just scaring myself, and it gave me goosebumps. After that, I tried to ignore it, but the more I think on it, it just didn't sit right with me. I couldn't be too tired since I was fully awake and fully aware of what was happening. Couldn't be my eyes playing tricks on me since I gotten face to face with this, touched it, looked like my dog, felt like her. It's just such a trip I need an explanation on it. Nothing really spooky was going on before or after that. Never once I thought, oh, creepy spooky house has a ghost. Nah, this isn't actual supernatural shit that I witnessed. I never experienced it again, and then again I sort of am sorry if it didn't make sense. Happy to explain more if questions are needed. My ex might be haunting our house, and I think he wants to hurt me. Last year I'd broken up with the father of my kid back in March of 2021. We had been together for 6 years, never married, and our kid was 2 years old at the time that we split. He took his life a few months later in October of 2021. In the apartment we used to live together, I would see my kid talking to the wall, or once I thought I saw somebody in my room and I put on my spirit box to see if I could hear anything, and a voice came out saying, "Hey," and then my kid's name. It was in his voice. I didn't hear it at the time, but my new boyfriend was recording and caught it on video. I moved out of the house and into a bigger apartment since I wanted a 2-bedroom apartment for my kid and my boyfriend and I. We've only been there since September of this year. I've started noticing strange things. Once I heard a voice come from my child's baby monitor call out, "Hey." And another time, my boyfriend and I were fixing something in my closet when we heard something like keys jingling but couldn't find the source. My kid's woken up crying a few times, pointing to the bedroom door. Next to the door, I have a small bookshelf with a picture of my son and his father, along with a lock of his hair and my son's hair. This is encased in resin, his ashes and a necklace displayed. Sometimes we think we see a head poking from behind a wall in our bedroom at night. I'm always feeling like somebody's watching me at all times, even when I'm alone. Even her cat once sat and just stared at the hallway to our bedrooms and just wouldn't look away. It's kind of unusual for her. For Halloween, I put out a table with a few decorations, and since I'm practicing witch, I put one of my tarot decks out. I set out a few of them, spread out with the death card on top, since I knew it would creep out my friends. I had it in upright position with the other cards. The death card in the upright position means the ending of a cycle. Change is about to come. I had left the house for a few hours after setting it up, and nobody had been home at the time. When I came back home, I noticed the card was still in place, but, well, it was reversed. Death, when it's upside down in its reversed meaning, it's the fear of change and holding on to the past. It was the only card that was reversed. The scariest thing that happened, which was unrelated to the last thing. One night my boyfriend and I were asleep in bed. I was pressed up to my boyfriend's chest when I felt him shift so his back was facing me. Suddenly I started having sleep paralysis. Felt a hand grab my wrist and suddenly another hand grabbed my other arm. I couldn't speak or scream. I could feel that something was in my throat, trying to get out. I just couldn't make a noise. I could barely breathe. I hear a sing-song voice that sounded very familiar. "I'm gonna get you in a minute," over and over. I look up to my sleeping boyfriend. I see his head turn around 180 degrees and he has a serious look on his face. It scared me enough to wake up. But not for long as I was plunged into another sleep paralysis. It was almost the exact same things. More hands grabbing my arms and singing that was going to eat me. The only thing that was different was that my boyfriend didn't turn to look at me this time. It was getting harder to breathe. I started trying to dig my nails into my boyfriend's side. My fingers were the only thing I could feel moving. I was sure I was going to die, and all I could think of was that my ex finally had me. I that he was gonna get revenge for me breaking up with him. At the same time of my sleep paralysis, my boyfriend was having a nightmare that somebody was kissing me, that a bunch of hands were trying to touch me inappropriately. He was trying to fight off the hands to get them to let me go. He only woke up when he heard me struggling in my sleep paralysis. I'm not sure if it's all related or linked to my ex, but since October marked a year after everything happened, and that's when the activity started picking up, part of me believes it's him. I'm not sure what to do. I think he wants to harm me. That doesn't sound good. I pet my uncle's dead dog. In the 8th grade, I lived next to my grandparents. I would visit them pretty often, as I'd go over there and eat and hang out, or go and see my uncle's dogs. Friday after school, I went inside my grandparents' house to greet them. I looked for my uncle, but was nowhere to be seen. Being young and adventurous, I went back outside to the backyard. My uncle had 3 dogs. One was really quiet and was barely even seeable, but at a certain view you could see him. Going up to the cage, I'd usually be greeted by him, but this time I wasn't. I was about to leave until I heard him walking up to the cage, panting and looking in distress, more drained than usual. His eyes were pitch black and his paws had more dirt in his white fur, more than usual. It looked like he'd been trying to dig pretty deep. Oh, the air felt tense. It felt still. The other animals are quiet. The wind was barely blowing. The feeling brushed off as I was just happy to see him. I pet him, even checked if he had food. Did he even have water? Spilt, meaning that he'd been drinking recently. He's a French bulldog, so I wasn't thrown off by how dirty his paws were or the mess that he'd made in his cage. I left after a few minutes thinking nothing of how black his eyes were or how dirty his paws seemed. Going back inside, my uncle greeted me. He then asked me what I was doing before he'd got there. I told him I was petting Kilo, the French bulldog. He laughed, saying, "You're joking, right?" I said no, putting a blank face on as to why he would even ask such a question. His face turned pale, gave me a look as if he was concerned for me. Being confused, I just said, "Okay, I'm gonna go now." Hours pass by, and I visit them again, only I go into my uncle's room to ask him what he means. He gives me a long blank face, then proceeds to tell me that he's been dead and cremated for 2 weeks already. I thought he was playing a prank on me since I was young, but if you don't believe me, look in my dresser. He was there, his ashes in a small medium box labeled with his name and the date when he was born and when he died. It's been 4 years. The only thing I ever really wondered was, what was I petting that day? Ever since that day, I haven't been able to pet a dog comfortably. Welcome to Paranormal M, where every tale is shrouded in mystery. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest ghostly adventures. Enjoy the eerie excitement. The Hissing Shadow. I've had encounters with the paranormal since I was about 4 years old. They all stopped when I was around 11. Most of the experiences I had were creepy, but they were never really causing me great fear. Anyway, fast forward to my mid-20s. I was married at the time, and we owned a home right on the river. When we bought the house, a lot of work needed to be done to it. My ex was really handy and did most of the work himself. We were living at his parents' at the time, so I wasn't at home and it was being remodeled. My ex would on occasion say that he felt creeped out or uncomfortable at the house by himself sometimes. As soon as the house was finished, I had a priest come over to bless the house just in case. For a couple of years, I felt nothing paranormal. One afternoon, my ex was working on the yard, and I was in the bedroom reading. I saw a shadow in the hallway looking out the room. Thought it was my husband, and I said, "Hey, I see your shadow, babe, not funny." The shadow doesn't move. I again say it's not funny. "I see you, stop being a jerk." Nothing, no movement. I get up from bed to confront my ex, and no one's there. I go look for my ex, and his car's gone. He wasn't even home. I am so freaked out that I go back to the bedroom and close the door. I told my ex about it, and he doesn't hesitate to believe me. He said he had similar experiences. The very next week, I'm taking a nap on the couch. I have this crazy, scary dream where I'm in the middle of a forest. I'm there with a man in a dark trench coat and a brim hat. I couldn't see his face, but he had a gun, and he shot me in the chest. I fall to the ground, and as I'm lying there, he's watching over me. I tell myself that I just need to let go, and when I do that, I stopped breathing in real life. I gasp. I woke up from my dream. I collect myself for a second, and then I hear the front door handle jiggling. I remember how relieved I was, thinking that it was my husband. But then I didn't hear the door open. I just heard a low hissing sound, and then I saw a shadow, and it was coming toward me, getting larger as it got closer. The hissing got louder as well. I was panicking, but saw that the remote to my head fan was almost within reach, and I turned that sucker on. It almost looked like smoke that was leaving the room when the light came on. I can honestly tell you, I don't think I've ever been more terrified in my life. Be careful what you Ouija for. Everything I'm about to tell you is true. Most of it happened between 2003 to 2005, with just a little bit of spillover. Last October, told this story on a podcast with comedian Angela Johnson. Bon Qui Qui, for those of you who may remember that character. In 2003, I was 20 years old. Recently, single mother of a 1-year-old son. When the father of my then child, now children, moved out, I had no desire to live alone in my apartment. So my two best friends, Heather and Jamie, moved in. Jamie also had a son who was a little over a year old at the time. The 5 of us made a little home. Things were good. At some point, and I've tried so hard to remember how it started, but I just can't. Jamie, Heather, and I became kind of addicted to using a Ouija board. I'd bought this board at Kmart for like $8 one year. I think it was for that reason that I didn't take it very seriously. Boy, was I wrong. When we first started using it, I remained pretty skeptical, even as it began to tell us some pretty accurate and intimate things. Looking back, I always thought that Jamie was the one that moved the oracle. I knew it wasn't Heather because at times she was legitimately afraid. One day I fought with the father of my son, super upset, crying. Hopped in my car by myself, went for a car drive, to cry. At the peak of being upset and alone in the car, I said out loud, "Is this my destiny? Am I supposed to fight to save this?" I went home to the loving arms of my friends, and as we did most nights, we got out the board. The very first thing the board said that night, "Destiny changes with every breath." Neither of them could have possibly known what I had just said in the car. That was the point when my skepticism started to fade away. We continued to use the board pretty much every night. It continued to tell us things that would come true. At this point, the entity had claimed to be our collective spirit guide named Ben. One night we had a male friend at the apartment. He was asleep on the couch behind us as we sat in our circle on the floor around the board. Heather remembered something from that night that I didn't until she mentioned it recently. She had felt a cold presence wrap around her arm and then shoot up to her nose. She started to freak out. But, as I already told you, she was the scaredy cat of the group. I was more annoyed than really worried or scared. We convinced her to sit back down. That's when the board said something about not being happy with our male visitor being there. Almost immediately, sat straight up on the couch and said, "What are you bitches doing to me?" He lifted his shirt and he had several tiny handprints all over his chest and stomach. That was likely the point when I realized that, well, we might be dealing with something darker than what it was selling itself as. What I didn't know then is that it would get much worse. We went to the local library, got some books about the occult. We brought them home but never looked at them, until one night the three of us and 2 babies had been out somewhere. We came home, put the boys in the playpen. I started running the vacuum. As I was running the vacuum, I heard Heather and Jamie screaming hysterically. I stopped to find out what was happening. That's when they told me that they had heard a very loud thump, and then a child screaming bloody murder. They thought one of the boys had fallen from the playpen and gotten hurt, but both boys were still peacefully playing where they had left them. As they're telling me this, I was suddenly overcome by the smell of rotten meat. I'm a bit of a neat freak, and therefore there shouldn't have been anything causing the smell. I started searching high and low for the source of the smell. It seemed to keep moving every time I got close to it. Meanwhile, Heather had tried to grab one of the roughly 5 books that we had picked up from the library, opened it to a random page and started reading. She said, "Itsamaysing, you have to come read this." Annoyed, I replied, "I can't stop until I find where this smell's coming from." Very sternly, she said again, "You have to come read this." I looked at her and she was ghost white with tears streaming down her face. I walked over and took the book from her. The first paragraph of the page to which she had randomly opened the book said, "The scream of the non-present child accompanied by the smell of rotten flesh signifies the presence of pure evil." I wish I could tell you what we did in the following minutes. I don't remember though. What I do remember is the next day. We took all the books back to the library and got a Bible. We brought it home, left it open on a chair in the living room, left it for the rest of the day. I'm not even a religious person, but it's funny what you'll do when you're scared. We never used the board in the apartment again. If that story is the cake, this is the icing. Fast forward to June of 2004. I'd given birth to my second son in February. Jamie and I were living in a different apartment. Heather was living with a boyfriend. Heather came to visit, and for whatever reason, after what had happened, I truly can't explain why we chose to do it, but we broke out the board. I only remember one question from that day. Heather said to the board, "Jamie has a son. Itsamaysing has 2 sons. When will I ever have children?" The board replied, "7 for you." So that became a running joke for the next several months. Like, Heather's gonna have 7 kids. Fast forward again, this time to January of 2005. I live with my children in yet another apartment. Jamie's moved in with her now husband, and Heather's living in a different boyfriend now. Or rather, with. I was laying in bed one night, and 7 for you just popped into my head. Suddenly it hit me. The board had said that in June, and it was now January. July, August, September, October, November, December, January. 7 months. Duh. Heather is pregnant now. I called her the next day to tell her that she was pregnant. She was very adamant that it wasn't possible. the short back and forth that we did the next 2 weeks, yes, she absolutely was pregnant. She gave birth to her first son. That was October 2005. Since then, we've done the math. She was only 2 weeks pregnant when I first told her. Although we are still friends, I don't know a lot about what they've experienced paranormal-wise in the years since. I know that Heather's had some pretty scary experiences in the house that she lived up in. That was until last year, where a previous tenant had committed suicide. I lived in the parsonage of a church for 10 years. We had some pretty strange experiences there, including a time that my younger sister and I watched a full grocery bag that was hanging on a doorknob lift off the door until it was completely horizontal, then drop back down. Even my skeptical mom saw shadow figures in that house. Now we're in a new house. My son remembers. Remember the son who was 1 in the apartment? Yeah, he's almost 19 now. My brother are having some unusual experiences in the basement, which is where their bedrooms are. If you've made it through, thank you for reading. No problem. I'll keep you posted about anything that might occur in our new home. And oh yeah, I have pretty regular dreams where I'm screaming at demons to leave me and my family alone. But that's probably nothing, right? Right. My Airbnb experience. I surprised my girlfriend with a trip to Cincinnati to see the Newport Aquarium last week. I really wanted to get out of my parents' house, so I booked an Airbnb somewhere on the edge of town for the weekend. The pictures of the apartment seemed nice, and we were both excited to see the town as well as have a weekend to ourselves. When we arrived, we were a little bummed out about the state of our accommodation. Aside from the trash unemptied in the last residence, it was clear that the hosts had been very specific about the pictures that they had posted online. The apartment was obviously very old, as well as empty. It was bare of furniture except for the essential bed, couch, and modest kitchen appliances. I did a full inspection of the apartment, including spot-checking the bed for bedbugs, making sure that there was no mold, and checking the locks. Lastly, I came around the bathroom, which was in pretty desperate need of remodeling. Shower had stains, toilet hardly flushed, sink barely had any water pressure. It was clear that we had definitely not been sold on a weekend stay in paradise. After day 1 of exploring the town, it was over. We were both tired and had climbed into bed. After about an hour of tossing, I realized I'd used the restroom. And this is where things got creepy. I sat down on the toilet and pulled out the phone to scroll through Instagram. That's when I noticed something move out of the corner of my eye. I looked up from the screen and noticed the bathroom door had opened and was slowly moving till it came to a creaking halt against the shower curtain. Froze for a minute to collect my thoughts. I dismissed the incident as a draft moving through. I was sold on that idea till I realized that the shower was now on. The loud noise of the water rushing out in the tap petrified me. On the toilet with my pants around my ankles, I was truly frightened. Glued to the seat in terror, I will admit I froze like a coward. I didn't know what to do. After maybe 7 or so seconds, I got up and turned the dial on the shower. Terrified, I went back to my room and closed and locked the door. My girlfriend, who had slept through the whole event, was suddenly awoken by the haste to close the door and explained to her the whole story. My mind was racing for the entire night. I never took my eyes off the door, and I buried myself in bed and covered my ears to block off all possibilities of something happening again. Or at least me hearing it. I made it through the night, and I investigated when the sun gave me the courage in the morning. I had left the door open, forgot to flush, and the tap was still dripping in my attempt to flee the scene quickly. I have no excuse for why the shower turned on. And I think now, after 20 years of being alive, I'm now a believer in the things that we can't see among us. Reappearing evil eye ring. For reference, about a month ago I had bought an evil eye ring on Etsy. It was nothing special, just a $6 one, wire wrapped around it. It's the traditional dark blue color with the eye in the center of the ring. I had bought this ring right before school was going to start, to hopefully protect me from some of the negative energy of others. I had done all of the research beforehand to be respectful from the cultures that it came from, along with charging the ring in the blue moon's light and setting intentions with incense. The first time I wore the ring, it felt like it had an immense amount of energy. This was before I'd cleansed it. I felt it so much that I had to take it off. It made me almost scared to wear it. After I took the right precautions, everything seemed to be fine. Fast forward to the first time I had worn it. Everything was good. I returned home from school, set it on the nightstand right next to my bed. I hopped in the shower, and when I returned, the ring was gone. Confused, I asked my sister if she had touched the ring. It was just there. She said that she hadn't, and at the time, I really wasn't super worried. I do lose stuff all the time, especially rings. The next day, I found it on the floor, right next to my nightstand, and in a place that I know I had checked. I thought nothing of it, moved on with my day. Here's where it gets a little scary for me. The rings end up missing for a few days, up to a week, and then it'll reappear in a spot so obvious that I get scared. And this has happened around 3 times already. It's about 2 months into me owning the thing. This occurrence was kind of my final straw. 2 days ago, I was looking for the ring as it had disappeared once again, even though it was always on my nightstand. I left and thought nothing of it. I searched more when I get home, as I thought it couldn't have gotten that far, and still nothing. I go to bed, I wake up, and the ring is right on my nightstand, sitting perfectly where it usually does. Am I going crazy? I've always dealt with spirits, malevolent and mischievous ones. I believe I do have a haunted doll in my room, but she usually never makes this disappear. Usually when I realize the ring is gone and I ask for it to reappear, it will. Do you guys think this is paranormal or something else? If you've read this far, thank you so much. Please leave a comment and let me know what you think. Any help is appreciated. Ghost? Maybe. So I'm new, literally joined today. After reading all these epic stories, I wanted to share a weird couple of encounters over the years at my old house. So, not sure if it's a ghost or maybe just coincidences. But yeah, hear me out. So I was really young, always had a bad feeling about this house. Would constantly have bad dreams. Don't remember any. But one time I swear I heard 2 people talking and one was female. I remember my bed shaking, almost like vibrating. Figured that was because of me, because of how scared I was. Any other time, I'd be calling my mom to come get me. I was 7. She'd come downstairs, grab me, and we'd go upstairs, and eventually she had enough and just moved my room next to hers upstairs. Things seemed to chill out for a bit. A couple of years pass, and get a teacup Yorkie. It's a dog. My little homie. So he's small as heck, right? My mom hated him being on the beds and couches. He can't really jump up high enough to get on these things, so I'd always put him up onto whatever I was on. But one day I got home from school. I was searching for him, couldn't find him. What the fuck? Decided to check Mom's room. He was just laying on her bed. I'd never leave him on there, because Mom would get mad. The bed's pretty high up, like I remember jumping to get on it. There's no way he could jump up. I know for a fact no one would put him on furniture, especially my mom's bed. Another time, I'm chilling with my friend. We heard the garage door slam shut. Didn't even hear it open, although we were listening for it. Thought it was my brother, but he wasn't home. Another time with that dog again, he has had a toy he never played with. It was like a toy dog that would make noise if you touched it. Me and my friend were downstairs and we heard it go off. Freaked out, ran upstairs. Later came down to take out the batteries. The last one, I swear, I was chilling all alone at home in the downstairs living room next to my room because I got older and I moved back downstairs. I heard a plastic grocery bag being moved around. Like it sounded like as if somebody was putting it into a wall. I don't know what any of this means, but it really freaked me out. There's something different about my new apartment. Okay, so I recently moved into a new apartment about a month and a half ago. And ever since there's been something here with me. Not quite sure if I'm an empath or a medium, never looked into it. I just know that I hear, see, and feel things. So maybe my first week here, little things would happen that I wasn't too sure was happening. I don't really pay attention to them, like the shower curtain left open or cabinets left open. Things moved when I know I left them in a certain spot. About 2 days after that, I came from work and it was just a weird quietness. Felt like somebody was just here before I was. They were hiding in the closet. Sat on my couch in silence, embracing the weirdness, and got dressed and didn't think of the rest of the night. Another few days go by and I'm cooking. I hear my phone ringing in the living room. Go to answer it and hear a bang in the kitchen. Went back to see what it was, and there's a saucepan sitting directly in the middle of the kitchen as if placed there. Not like it fell and rolled. And this is where the shit gets weird. A few days ago, I was having company and they were knocking on the door. I was in my living room watching TV. Heard the first knock, then a second knock, quicker and more intention. I walked, got the door, and said, "Why are you banging?" They said, where were you? I told them living room. Why? They said, nah, 'cause you were just standing at the door, looking at me. You wouldn't answer, so I thought you were playing 'cause you walked away. Scared the fuck out of me 'cause that wasn't possible. Tried to recreate what she said, but seemed to no avail. She just kept saying it was me and I was playing, and I kept reassuring her that I wouldn't do that. She said she banged harder because she didn't want to tell me, but she realized it wasn't me moments before I got to the door. A couple nights ago, it was about 3:40 or so in the morning. I had to piss. Opened the door to the bathroom, which I keep closed because it creeps me out and always feels like someone is watching when you walk past. I could hear a woman humming, subtle but loud enough. Strange things happen here, like someone will randomly say, "What? Thought you said something." Or I feel something just touch me right now. But people don't think twice of it. But I do, especially when I'm home alone. My grandmother. Background. My family's Cambodian. Moved to New York City during the Khmer Rouge Rebellion. There were about 9 of us living in a 3-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn. That was on Linden Boulevard. We go to Wat Temple every Sunday. I was about 7 or 8 years old and slept with my grandma every night to keep her company. One morning I woke up to her yelling my name because she fell and hit her head in the nightstand. I quickly got up and ran like hell to grab my uncle to help her back up. My grandmother had diabetes and had trouble walking and bathing. It was Sunday and we're all getting ready to go to the temple. We all piled up in the van and headed out. When we all got out of the van, my uncle helped my grandmother up the stairs. As soon as her foot hit the first step of the temple, she just froze, standing there for a couple of seconds before collapsing. A heart attack. Everyone was yelling, the kids were crying. My uncle started performing CPR, or at least attempting to. He didn't know what was going on, but was trying to save her life. The paramedics were called and arrived shortly after. The sound of the siren sounded like a scary banshee wailing and floating towards us, and at fast speed. It chills me to this day. They took her to the hospital with my uncles while the kids and aunt stayed behind. The elders and the monks called everyone in to pray for my grandmother. After we were done, we all went back to the apartment and waited on any news about my grandmother. Shortly after, we got a call from my uncle. He said that she had passed. I loved my grandmother, although she wasn't the nicest person in the world. Pretty sour to outsiders and, well, led the household with an iron fist. She loved her family. In my culture, the elders told me when you die, your spirit has 3 days to walk the earth before your past judgment. Your oldest child has to shave all their hair. Yep, eyebrows and everything. Then live with monks for 3 days and nights and pray. My father had to take that role. My experience. The same day of her passing, my dad left to stay at the temple. My aunt has always been terrified of my grandmother. She was kind of mean. So mean she threw a meat cleaver at one of my uncle's girlfriends back in the day. That's brutal. It was only me, my older sister, my aunt, and my little cousin of about 1 year old in the apartment. It started getting dark and my aunt was the only adult in the apartment. She told us to stay together because she was scared. We were all crying and exchanging stories about my grandmother, but was interpreted by pans flying and crashing in the kitchen. Not interpreted, interrupted by pans flying and crashing in the kitchen. My aunt started weeping, told us this really spooked me because it seemed like my grandmother didn't know she was dead. A couple of hours later, about 8 p.m., we heard a loud bang in my grandmother's room. Too scared to go look because nobody was in there. We all stayed in the living room and waited for my uncle to get home. But I recognized that sound. My grandmother had a TV that would short out and show a white horizontal line, and you'd have to sort of bang it a couple of times before the picture showed back up. It sounded just like that banging. My uncle finally came home around 10 p.m. You could tell he was exhausted and sad. My aunt laid blankets on the living room floor and told my uncle everyone is sleeping in the living room floor tonight. That's because strange things are going on and she's scared. My uncle gave her an annoyed look and just said, "All right." I was very scared that night. I couldn't go to sleep. I knew I would end up being the last one awake. To my horror, I was. I lay there all night praying for nothing to happen. It was 3 or 4 hours later when the light in the hallway flipped on. I was spooked because I didn't hear anybody get up. I lay there for about 10 minutes when I heard the bathroom light turn on. By then, I knew exactly what was going on. It has to be my grandmother, I said to myself. I laid there just staring at my little cousin's white crib mattress that was propped up against the wall, not moving an inch of my body. Shortly after, I heard something metal drop into the bathtub. Remember, my grandma had diabetes and couldn't bathe herself, so my uncle and dad used a small metal bowl to bathe her and left in the bathroom. I'm 1000% sure that's what I heard drop into the bathtub. Shortly after, I heard the tub water turn on and I could hear the water splashing against the tub. My stomach dropped and I felt like throwing up. I didn't hear anybody get up or any footsteps in the bathroom. And who the hell would be taking a shower this late at night? I was too terrified to move to wake my family up, so I just laid there. After about 5 minutes, the water finally turned off. I heard the light switch flick, but the lights were on. I figured it was that bathroom light. I was breathing very heavy and a very weird feeling like whatever that was knew I was awake, so I closed my eyes. I heard what sounded like feet dragging against the floor coming toward the living room. It sounded just like my grandma when she would walk around the apartment with her flip-flops. She drug her feet because diabetes made it kind of hard for her to walk normally, so she used a cane. The sound got louder and louder. I opened my eyes, I stared at the crib mattress, and to my horror, saw what looked like my grandmother's silhouette being cast onto the mattress that was up against the wall. It was getting closer. I still to this day don't understand why my family didn't even wake up. When the footsteps got to where the doorway was, it just stopped. It seemed as if my grandmother was just standing there watching all of us sleep. It felt like forever, but then the lights finally turned off. Then silence. The only other thing that happened that night was there's an Asian calendar that we had hung up in the living room that kept fluttering as if like someone were constantly flipping through the pages. I ended up falling asleep shortly after that, probably due to exhaustion as I was still a kid. I have more experiences with stuff like this if you'd like to hear more. Sorry for the grammar and formatting. No worries, I jumped over them. I'm doing this on my phone at 4 a.m. If you have any questions, let me know. I haven't told anyone this story but my wife, but my imagination just felt like it was so real. No, it wasn't a dream, that's for sure. I had a nightmare when I fall asleep that night. Let me go make my bird be quiet. Living with ghosts. Growing up, every kid had this imaginary friend. Some parents played it cool, others just freaked out. I guess it's normal. But doing some research into the paranormal world, it actually came to me that those imaginary friends weren't so imaginary. There are a lot of people who can actually sense these things. They can see, hear, feel, smell spirits, but never really put some research into it. Starting at a young age, kids can really start sensing it. You ever experienced a kid talking to someone, maybe a deceased family member, starting to tell you things like how your grandfather that died years ago called you some certain nickname, or tells you about a place that you've been quite a few times but your kid wasn't, and you never talked about it. Yep, your kid is actually talking to him or her. But don't freak out. It's actually a wonderful gift that your kid has. After a few years, it might be gone, but some still carry it while they grow up through life. As for me, I had a few incidents, such as seeing an older guy. For some reason, the family named him George. I remember he was wearing a black hat and he wore a suit, but thinking about it, I guess the entire family saw him. As of how they reacted after he walked toward me, well, I guess he was just the ghost of the house and made his presence noticeable to everyone. He didn't do harm to anyone on a side note. As years go by, I've heard a lot of paranormal stories about the house. My grandparents' house I used to live in. Fast forward a few years later, we did build a house back in the year 2000. Everything was normal. One day it just started where I thought I saw a reflection of an older woman in my window. But I wasn't scared, it was more like comfortable. 2011 I had a baby. Things seemed normal just at night sometimes, her toys would go off. Her turning 4, she used to tell us that there's a girl with long hair and a dress. Which we go back to kids having imaginary friends. We had a friend come over once a week with her kids and they all would just play. One day the friend did get touched on the back when she thought it was one of the kids. They weren't even near her. Sometimes even drawers would open in the kitchen, which we all thought somebody from the family would just play a prank on us. After that, it was just normal until 2019, where things got super crazy. Me being home alone, and I must say, I totally believe in this kind of stuff. So I sat on my bed with my back turned to the closet. That's where all of a sudden the drawers start to open. Yep, there I was, freaked out. Grabbed my phone, started to record, being clueless at the time that I would actually record something. Asking things like, if you're here, let me know, or give me a sign, I would receive this. Let's say not totally unfriendly answer saying no. Just to be clear, I didn't listen to the audio yet. I'd go on with my questions. Yes, I do watch a lot of Ghost Adventures. That's why I started to record. Asking things like, who are you? But I didn't receive anything. Until I asked what he or she wants, I got this response of, I want to help. Alright, me being done with all of my questions, I started to listen to my recordings. I was shocked. I sat there on my bed and I couldn't move anymore because I got so scared that I actually got an answer twice in one recording. One day before that, things got, weird again. We had boards in the wall. And let me tell you, no matter what we would be on, or rather, what would be on, rather, wouldn't be able to fall down. So I was letting the dogs out of the yard. I was home alone as usual. Somehow, I'm the one that they get attached to. I hear this loud noise from inside. First thing that came to my mind, I didn't close the freezer door right and everything fell out. So me walking to the kitchen, finding absolutely nothing. On my way out, I saw something unusual in the office, but just out of the corner of my eyes. So I looked into the room. Oh boy, there was a mess. It looked like someone aggressively yanked out all the boards. Stuff was all over the room, which was weird, but it didn't come to me after everything else happened. So I went back to get the dogs in. I walked back in and the vacuum cleaner was standing in the middle of the hallway, which I'm 100% sure wasn't when I walked back out to get the dogs in. Just after that day, random things would fall down, like the watering can after talking about watering plants. So I'd talk about watering plants and the watering can would fall. After, things got so intense we had somebody come over to the house to check it out. This is where it started to get all weird. I would get super emotional in a specific room and I had to leave immediately. It even got to the point where I think that the ghost of this super angry man went into me, making me feel his anger that went and tried to get help. Just sitting there seeing shadow figures, hearing somebody clear as day say something from upstairs. Thankfully, I wasn't the only one hearing it that night. It was, let's say, a very eventful night. And of course, me reacting to this in a very weird way, they saged me for almost an hour. We moved out of this house a few months later. I must say, it's nice to have a gift like that where you can communicate with the deceased. But on the other hand, it's kind of scary not knowing who or what you're talking to. I keep hearing ringing in my ear quite a few times a day. I try to ignore it, but sometimes I try to actually listen. I know I'm not alone right now while writing this. It makes me feel comfortable, so I'd like to think it's presence of my grandfather that maybe died 2 years ago and lived right next to us. Maybe he's just passing through the walls to check on us sometimes. I don't know. I'd like to talk to him in my thoughts. So with that, I'm going to say until the next time. Hope you like my little story about my life, and please don't judge me for any wrong words. I'm German, half American. And I think some words might be wrong. Maybe you can let me know about some things that happened to you that way. Dankeschön, bitte. shadow people and my series of sleep paralysis. First off, let me get this straight. I do not believe in demons, ghosts, or any of that paranormal stuff. Most of the time when things I can't explain happen, I brush it off as coincidences. Anyways, let me get to the story. First off, I do not know exactly how long ago this was, but this happened when I was around 6 to 10 and I was living in the projects. When I went to daycare, I remember the staff telling a story about how their grandmother or something like that had died. I'll try to the best of my abilities to remember the story and tell it. They claimed that their family member had been laying in bed asleep. They had suddenly woken up and saw a black figure walk into the bathroom. So their family member got up and followed it into the bathroom and checked it out. Their family member died that same night. Now looking back on it, it's clearly fake, but this absolutely terrified me as a kid. And this is what prompted me to sleep with my covers over my eyes. I still occasionally do. Anyway, shortly after that, I assume I started having sleep paralysis episodes frequently. I think it's best that I mention that I slept on a bunk bed that would basically directly face my window that's visible from the end of my bed. I remember these episodes like they happened yesterday. The first episode happened when I had woken up in the middle of the night in the pitch black dark. I then looked at the end of my bunk bed, and that's when I saw it. It was a tall black figure that was just barely taller than my bunk bed. It was completely black with only white eyes. It did nothing but stood there. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I was completely frozen. After this, I actually can't remember nothing. I don't know what happens after this. All I know is I saw something staring at me. This time, an old lady was clinging on the foot of the bunk bed. Oops, went one paragraph too far forward. Now, this second encounter is actually my worst and happened not long after the first. This time, it was not a shadow figure, but rather an old lady. It's very similar to the first one. Let me tell it. Again, I'd woken up in the middle of the night, and at this time, I looked around my room and then looked at the foot of my bed. It was an old lady clinging onto the foot of the bunk bed. I was terrified as hell and tried to scream as loud as I could, but nothing. Nothing came out and I could not move. The thing then jumped onto my chest and just looked dead into my eyes. It became impossible to breathe. Thought I was about to die. Again, this is all I can remember. The last encounter I ever had at this house goes like this. I had fallen asleep one day and I assumed that I'd woken up. I couldn't move and all I could do was look at the ceiling. I could, however, hear my parents talking from the living room. That was all. I later then gained control and just got up, and I remembered my sister telling me that I'd been asleep for a whole day. After this, we lived at that place for a bit longer. I never had an encounter again, but it doesn't stop there. We moved to the place I'm currently still living at, and this is actually the last paranormal event I've ever had at home. This happened maybe 2 years ago. I was playing Roblox on my Xbox all alone. I basically had no friends, and still really have no friends except for 2. That's enough. My room door is wide open, and I had my eyes locked on my TV. It was almost completely silent. For some reason, I decided to look outside my room door, and that's when I saw a little girl chasing something run right by the door and into my sister's room. Me being dumb, I got up and looked out into the hallway and saw nothing. My sister's door was shut, and I didn't hear it open and shut. After that, I shut my door, locked it, and called my mom and asked her if she could hurry up and come home. After this, nothing happened again. Or nothing that was paranormal. I do, however, have times where I'll wake up and won't be able to move certain areas of my body. Be completely frozen. And to combat this, I have to jerk my body and try my best to move. But this is the end of my story, and I don't have anything else to explain. My first ghost experience since I was a baby. I've been a skeptic, but always open-minded to the unexplainable. My parents believe in ghosts and have told me the stories when I was in my mid-teens about the first house that we lived in. I was a baby as well as the interactions I would have with ghosts as a baby now. Now here's what happened at 4:30 a.m. today. I had stayed around my boyfriend's house for the night. I've never felt uncomfortable at night, but sometimes I feel like I'm being watched. But I don't really think much of it. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. randomly feeling odd, like I was being watched. I turn to roll over. As I get onto my back, I look up and there's this old man floating above the far corner of the bed. He had messy, medium-length hair but balding, missing teeth, blue and white striped pajamas, a leather brown book and gray socks. He also had this faint, most like blue or gray glow around him. He was extremely detailed, like he was in the light despite the room being pitch black. I let out a surprised, "Oh," as I jumped to the sight and he turned to face me. I recognized that I could see him, almost shrugged. Then as I'm shaking, my boyfriend wake him up. He turns, disappears through the ceiling. The last thing I see is his feet going through the ceiling. I looked online, but it's definitely not sleep paralysis as I was moving, speaking and blinking. Even after turning to face my boyfriend and turning back, he was still in the same position. I didn't feel threatened or afraid, just a bit shocked as anybody would be, right? If anybody could help me or give me advice, I'm just confused, but very curious. My brother and I dreamed about the same entity. When I was in elementary school, I think 7 to 9 years old, don't remember the exact age I was, I just know that I was in elementary school. I had a nightmare that for some reason I never forgot. The nightmare takes place at my grandmother's house in the front yard. I remember sitting there and seeing a red cap floating. I knew that it was a ghost of a boy around the same age as me. That boy was throwing a ball at the wall of my grandma's house. I had a feeling that he wanted to play with me. I was terrified. I wanted to run, scream, and call for my grandmother, but I was paralyzed. Meanwhile, the invisible kid kept playing with the ball like I wasn't there. But I knew it was him, so he wouldn't let me leave. Suddenly, my cries for help were answered, and a white-winged horse came to me. I suddenly felt at peace, and the dream ended. It may all sound like the product of imagination. Maybe I have heard too many stories about angels, mystical beings, ghosts, and that's all it was, right? However, my brother's almost 9 years younger than me, so at the time I dreamt that he wasn't either a baby or wasn't even born yet. There's no way I told him about the dream at that time, or that he would even remember it. Never talked about my dreams with him prior to the incident I'm going to mention next. So years go by and I'm now in my 20s. My brother was a teenager. We were all at my grandma's house, parents and my aunt included, for a barbecue. While we were eating, we started to discuss paranormal stuff and dreams. For some reason, I remembered the dream and shared it with everyone. After I finished my story, my brother mentions that he dreamed about the same invisible boy with the cap when he was around the same age I was when I had the dream. He mentioned that he felt terrified and paralyzed too, but nobody came to save him like in my case. I'm not sure if it's a weird coincidence or if my grandmother's house is haunted. I saw a dark, fast, cartoony figure outside of my apartment last night. So last night I was outside at around 9:30 p.m. digging up some mushrooms that I didn't know much about, so the wild rabbits in the area wouldn't eat them. They were near where we threw food scraps. I didn't have a flashlight or anything because the street lights were just bright enough that I could make out where I was doing and where I was going. This is kind of important for later in a way. I looked up because I heard a noise, and right now I don't even remember what the noise was. All I know is that my eyes made out what looked like a shitty Flipnote studio animation of a stick figure with no head. It just went up in a straight line and ended, fucking booking it across my street. It looked like height-wise it was exactly half of the height of the closest street lamp, which was mounted to a standard electrical pole. You know when you've been staring at a very bright light source for a while, and then you look away or blink and you sort of see the outline of the light kind of imprinted in your eyes for a bit. Like whatever shape the light was is dark, and then it has this sort of fuzzy gray haze around it. This is exactly what the stupid stick thing looked like. Dark with hazy gray outline, except it was moving. It was over so fast and I even blinked a few times to try to see it again. Genuinely thought that it was just that effect in my eyes. But I hadn't been using any flashlights, and the street light has a round, cloudy cover around the bulb, so I couldn't have even seen the light bulb itself in any way. Still not incredibly sure that this wasn't my eyes playing tricks on me. In fact, I'm really only about 60% sure that it was real. I'm just posting to share and see if anybody else has seen something similar. At least in the moment, it was so scary to me, and I was pretty much convinced that I'd seen that, what it was basically all real, I thought. Literally started crying back when I was inside. I am possibly being overdramatic. I just, had no explanation. Old ghosts. Experience number 1. The bonnet. So this happened when I was 1 year old, and late at night. So I started to cry, as all babies do, so my mom came in to comfort me. As she was comforting me, a young girl, maybe 12 or 13 years old, appeared in the hallway. The girl was wearing a bonnet and old-looking clothes, for some reason angry. The apparition then charged at my mom and dissipated. Keep in mind, my sister wasn't born at the time. Experience number 2. An old man. So I was older, maybe 8 years old. I was eating breakfast, getting ready for school, and I heard my mom and brother talking about seeing an old man taking a leisurely stroll down the hallway. Of course, I was confused about the ordeal since I hadn't seen anything, but it was still a cool experience to hear about. Experience number 3. Dread. So my brother was sleeping with the door to his room open, which connects to the hallway, when he feels a presence staring at him. He opened his eyes, looked into the hallway where the girl with the bonnet was staring at him. Terrified, my brother froze in fear, in which the girl asked, "Hello?" I've kept my door closed since then. Experience number 4. Horror movie singing. This was a self-experience in which we, being my family, were watching America's Funniest Home Videos, a nightly tradition. We all paused the show, took a restroom break, laundry sorting, and a few other things. Me and my sister were the only ones in the living room, and only my sister or another young girl could have sang it. It was the young girl in the horror movie that sang. Sort of like Ring Around the Rosie. My sister heard it too. They exclaimed it wasn't her who sang it, and just a month or 2 ago she told me while that happened she saw the girl with the bonnet swinging on a swing in the hallway. Nightmare fuel. From these experiences alone caused me to believe in the paranormal. And to add insult to injury, the previous homeowner saw the exact same spirits. My grandmother told me this story about a year before she passed. She was a Seventh-day Adventist, though. Pretty much through and through. Still was creeped out by the happenings at her home in the rural country of New Zealand. In the 1980s, my grandparents bought a farm in Fair Hall, New Zealand, not far from many of their other properties that they had in the past. The house they lived in was, I'd say, an older home, but not really old. As soon as they moved in, my grandma said that things were instantly strange. The clocks would stop almost simultaneously. Their brand new washing machine would start for no apparent reason. These things can all be electrical issues for sure. I mean, they were living in an old homestead in the middle of nowhere. However, my gran awoke one night to see a lady dressed in Victorian-era clothing, 2 children standing at the foot of her bed. Being religious, she said that she prayed each night, and in a few days, it's like all the signs stopped. She, however, was the only one to see this, even though her husband was sleeping in the exact same room. It wasn't till a week after that she spied the neighbor next door, decided to introduce herself. They got talking, and all of a sudden, mid-conversation, the lady asked, "Have you met the ghosts yet?" My grandma apparently near fainted as hearing this confirmed that it wasn't just a vision. I'm not a firm believer in the paranormal, however, I do believe my grandmother's recounting of what occurred. I'm a tad stumped as to why Victorian-era people would be present at the property where Grandma lived, as the region wasn't inhabited till the 1850s. That particular area was very remote, as it was like Maori land for quite some time. My gran had always grown up in the church, so things spiritual were always around her. As a kid, she remembered her aunt warning her of the ghosts in her home. But I think that may have been something to get her in check, so to speak. Another story is of her uncle's home in the marshlands. Had been in the same family for over 100 years, had 4 generations in it. Her uncle and aunt could never leave the home because when they returned, the house would be wrecked due to the ghost that lived in the house. Why would a ghost that's related terrorize a family? I don't know about your family, but families don't always get along. A possible encounter with the boogeyman. This has been eating me up on the inside for a while, mainly because I'm curious as to what this was. For context, I'm an 18-year-old, and this comes into play later. So a few months ago when I was in bed around 10:30, yeah, it was early, don't judge, I had this weird experience. I remembered clearly. The hall light was on, my door was open, and a black figure was staring at me. This looked very human-like, but all I could see were its shoulders and head with short, scraggly hair hanging in front. Basically, picture a male version of Samara from The Ring. Now, at this point, I was still in bed pretending to be asleep. I was wearing an eye mask that I could see underneath of, which is how I even saw this thing. But the moment I looked at it, it quickly sprung up and shut the door without a noise. Edit. I always sleep with my door shut, mainly because the door hallway creeps me out, so I didn't have the door open during this. Now, my door is creaky, and the handle makes a loud click sound when the door is closed. But neither of these things happened. I asked both my parents the next morning if either, they peeked in my room, and both of which they said no. I was a little weirded out, but simply pushed it off as nothing more than sleep paralysis, which does occasionally happen to me. The only difference is that in my normal sleep paralysis episodes, I hallucinate a tarantula crawling along wherever I'm looking at, not a humanoid figure. But no biggie, right? Wrong. The next night, around the same time, I saw the figure peeking in the door again. This time, though, was holding something. I couldn't make out exactly what it was since everything was blacked out, but it looked like a bottle. When I looked at it this time, it didn't go away. Instead, I was able to move my arm, and then it left, quietly shutting my door again. Pretty much told me it wasn't sleep paralysis, since I could move and all. It hasn't happened again since, but lately I've been thinking about it again though. I've been watching a lot of urban legend videos lately, but one regarding the boogeyman caught my attention. The description of the boogeyman was eerily similar to this figure. The only difference being the boogeyman wears a hooded cloak and this thing didn't have one. Another thing is the boogeyman usually goes after children. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm 18. Anybody else think that it could have been the boogeyman or something else? I'm not sure, I still know. I'm just curious what the general consensus is. Something grabbed my arm in a cemetery in Salem. Apparently, I attract benevolent spirits who rarely appear now. This just happened in October and was the first encounter I've had in the daytime. I was on vacation with my parents in Salem, Massachusetts, otherwise known as Witchy Town. For as long as I can remember, I've been fascinated with creepy and spooky things, especially the Salem witch trials. Hell, I even collect original pictures from late 1800s, 1900s. And this collection started after my first encounter I posted on here. So when my parents gave me a choice of either Rhode Island or Salem for my high school graduation trip, I obviously chose Spooky Town. To make it even better, we were there the week before Halloween. Our original plan was for the week of Halloween since we were, I guess the place we were staying in sort of multiple available rooms. My dad and I were going to a concert November 1st. I didn't want to deal with the rush to get home in time. So I meticulously planned this vacation out by the hour. I had so many places I wanted to go. One of the places on my itinerary was the Howard Street Cemetery. Originally, I wanted to go to the old Burying Point Cemetery, but it was closed for renovations. And for those who aren't aware, the Howard Street Cemetery was reportedly the field where Giles Corey was pressed to death during the witch trials. Once we actually got to the cemetery, I was focused on taking pictures of all the gravestones I was attracted to. I tend to gravitate towards the older and broken ones, as well as those covered by debris. If I find one like that, I'll usually brush away whatever's on it because I feel like whoever's buried there deserves a little bit sort of a courtesy. But this day I ended up doing that a few graves before taking the pictures. This will come into play later. But when my parents and I were about to leave, I felt something or someone grab my arm. If you've read my other posts on Reddit, you'll probably know I don't like being touched for multiple reasons. As I was talking, or rather taking pictures, I noticed another woman walk into the cemetery. I assumed it was her grabbing me. When I turned around, though, there was no one. Even the area surrounding the cemetery was vacant except for the three of us. My parents were in front of me as well. It's sort of, this grab came from behind. Couldn't have been them. My mom asked if I was okay, and I explained what happened and told her that I thought it was that woman who walked in earlier. She said that she had left a while ago. I was still confused as my mom was basically dragging me out of the cemetery because she doesn't mess with the occult or anything dealing with spirits. The grab wasn't even forceful, wasn't even angry. It was more of a gentle grab, as if they wanted me to stay. I'm trying to come up with a theory to this, and right now I have two. One is one of the spirits roaming the cemetery was glad to have company, didn't want me to leave. Perhaps it was someone from a grave I brushed leaves off of who were thankful. Thankful that I respected their burying point. Maybe it was somebody who was just glad to see another person taking interest and not using the cemetery as a drinking spot. Small empty alcohol bottles littered the cemetery. Perhaps they liked that someone was appreciating the place. Option 2 is A little bit more far-fetched, but my mom actually brought it up and it kind of makes sense to me. My favorite aunt died from cancer almost a decade ago. Her passing gutted me. I still think I got my artistic talent and affinity for creepy stuff from her. She loved anything related to witches. After she passed, my horrible waste of oxygen we call an uncle went against her dying wishes and scattered her ashes oceanside, somewhere in Massachusetts, instead of burying her. We think he did it so he wouldn't have to live with, how he treated her in the last years, but I digress. I think he did it so he wouldn't have to live with how he treated her in the last years. What, did he kill her? Anyway, my mom brought up the idea that it could have been her gently grabbing me to let me know that she was still there with me. Even if whatever spirit grabbed me wasn't her, the idea still is comforting, considering that she never even got to see me go into middle school. I've always seen her as my guardian angel, so if this was her that grabbed me in that cemetery, makes a lot of sense to me at least. We were in Witchy Town during her favorite months, supposedly not far from where her ashes were scattered. I don't know exactly what happened that day, but I know for a fact that grab felt like a hand gently wrapped around my arm. Definitely wasn't an angry spirit. Has anyone seen something similar? Help. When I was a kid, maybe around 5 years old, my country had a civil war. I lived in the capital, and even then it was mandatory for the city to shut off the power at night. I'm guessing because it was easier for them to trace any possible attacks that way. Anyways, they shut off the power that night, and as usual, my older cousin and my older sister lit up a candle. Took me to my parents' room to go play. They're both 4 years older than me, so they were already of age and recognized if there was any danger. They'd been told what to do. To get under the bed if anything were to happen, that was pretty much the plan. On top of that, I had a full-grown Labrador who just had puppies. So any little noise she would just bark. Any little movement she was aware. I remember there were always cats trying to snatch the puppies. But again, my dog named Peggy was super protective over her pups. She would sleep in the backyard and would always bark and protect us and the pups. However, that night was different. We were in the room just playing, and I remember my older cousin was on the top of the bed and my sister was next to the window. I was standing on the floor right next to the bed in between both of them. We were just playing when my cousin asked if we could see that quote-unquote thing on the patio. I looked, I couldn't see anything. So did my sister. At first, we couldn't see anything. It was already night, so there were no lights and there was no screen on the windows to keep the mosquitoes out. Then my cousin asked again, and then we saw it, the best way I can describe it. No outline to the body, couldn't see anything except for two eyes that were elongated upside-down triangles. A line sort of resembling a mouth. But it was like TV static. It was glowing and it was between green and blue. Maybe 5 feet tall. It got closer to the window, it kind of bent down and smiled at my sister. By smiling, I'm saying the line that resembled the mouth got bigger. I'm still getting goosebumps writing this. What was my dog doing? She was always so protective and she didn't make a single sound. That thing was standing right outside my window and I froze. We froze for I don't know how much time. It made eye contact with all three of us. I could see it moving its eyes and just staring. There was no communication mentally or anything. What was it? Cousin eventually snapped out of it and grabbed my sister and me and just ran out of the room to tell my parents. My dad went outside and found nothing. Mind you, we were at war. So, what was this thing? What could be so stupid to go to someone's backyard with a big dog in a country at war at night and just stare at us? It almost looked like a hologram. It was glowing. I could see the little dots glowing in its eyes and mouth, and I couldn't sleep with my head facing the window anymore. I would hide under the blankets for years. Weather down there is always like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so I'd almost die every night out of breath under the blankets, but too afraid to even look out my window. I never felt any threat, but it was just too bizarre. Never seen it since then. 33 now, and I've looked and researched as much as possible to see if anyone else has seen anything like it. If you have, contact me. I have to figure out what this thing is, or why I was there. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to spine-tingling tales and supernatural phenomena. Don't forget to subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated with our latest eerie content. Embrace the thrill of the unknown. I was visited by an Oni. I've seen an Oni. I was a child and it was late at night. I grew up in the countryside of Northern California, across the road from a Native American burial ground and dense oak forests. My family were Christians, but not devout, and this was before the time of the internet. It wasn't until years later I decided to research what I saw, and it shocked me. Like I said, it was late at night. I was awake and I was maybe between 9 and 12 years old. My younger brother and sister were in the same big room and they were asleep. I was looking at the doorway toward the hallway that led to the rest of the house. The double-wide doorway was open. No closed doors, the Oni peeked around the corner of the doorway. It was looking right at me, as if it knew where my eyesight was before it revealed itself to me. It peeked just its head around at me very slowly and very slowly gave me a huge smiling grin, keeping eye contact the whole time. It then slowly slid its head back around the corner. I never saw it again. The Oni was red with curling lips and horns. But it wasn't terrifying in the sense of a werewolf or a Christian demon. It was about 5'7" in height, but I never saw its body. Just the head. The image had been basically burned into my brain ever since. I brushed this off as just a childish hallucination for a long time. About 11-12 years later, that's when I was in my late teens or early 20s, I decided to look in the internet and see what I could find. I googled something like smiling red demon and eventually found it online. I was shocked. There it was. I started reading that it was an Oni. They liked to hide behind things and that many people had seen one before. I now know it wasn't just hallucination. I saw one. I'm now in my mid-30s, and I still think about the Oni. Now that I'm older, I don't think it wanted to hurt me at the time, nor could it, since I still had the innocence of a child. I feel that maybe it revealed itself to me just to show me that otherworldly things exist. Maybe for fun, or maybe as a warning not to be evil. I've had good fortune in life and don't do evil things. I do feel if I tried hard enough I could summon the Oni, but I've never wanted to. I'm a legal professional who makes a lot of money. I'm not really religious. Although I believe in a higher power, I'm white and straight. I'm not making any of this up. Oni are real. And if I'm not mistaken, that's simply Japanese for demon, or Japanese for the word demon. First and last after-death communication, including animal. What does it mean? In 2016, I lost someone to suicide and experienced very profound grief that felt like part of me had died as well. In the first couple of years after they died, I would have vivid dreams of communication, but easily explained this away because it made sense that it was created by my own mind as a coping mechanism. Here's some backstory. When I first met this person on a very significant day in our life together, a huge deer ran across an urban highway. We communicated about just how strange it was and that it jokingly must have been some kind of a sign. Last night I was driving home on another densely trafficked urban highway, and in the middle of the highway was a deer casually walking across. Within about 30 seconds to 2 minutes, time was pretty hard to judge, but I experienced what can only be described as a presence. It was in all honesty just terrifying. Every hair on my body stood up and it felt like the air had been sucked from the car. I was very scared to look at the passenger seat next to me, and never even did. I could feel it from there. I was listening to music on the radio, and in hindsight, either I tuned it out or the music completely stopped. Within seconds, I internally heard the sane one can hear themselves, I think. I have to go. In which I said, okay. And it was over. I'm not a very spiritual person, but this was unlike anything I've ever experienced. I'm curious if anybody who believes in these things could help me make sense of it. I suppose I always assumed if a departed loved one happened to show up for a bit, it would feel more like Casper the Friendly Ghost and less like the Sixth Sense. It also seems like this implies that for the last 6 years he wasn't gone where he was going to. I'm curious about that as well. The dark figure in my room. So, I always tend to sleep sideways, never flat on my back. But last night I fell asleep laying on my back. Last thing I remember doing was looking up at the ceiling, thinking about my past. My boyfriend was already asleep, his face turned in my direction. The table lamp was illuminating his skin. All of a sudden the room went very dim. The table lamp wasn't on anymore. My eyes frantically scanning the room. And there she was. It was hard to see, but after my vision adjusted, I saw her standing in the corner of her room. Hair dark as night, face pale and disfigured, her eyes piercing at my soul. Then her face started moving to the side of her shoulder. I could hear her neck cracking as she moved. Then she smiled. Her teeth and eyes were bleeding. The room was so silent I could hear the blood dripping. Babe, wake up. Turned my head to the side and there he was, still fast asleep. I kept saying to myself, no, this isn't real. This is a dream. Wake up, Amy, wake up now, goddammit. She was still standing there. I was fighting myself. I couldn't wake up or move my body. I don't even remember falling asleep, but it for sure had to be a dream. I knew it couldn't be real. I could feel myself trying to wake up. I could hear my inner voice telling me to open my eyes. Then the table lamp turned back on. I stood up right away thinking I was finally awake. My boyfriend woke up and asked me what was wrong. I was hyperventilating while pointing to the corner of the room. I was saying, she's there, she's standing right there. He turned to look, then he said, Amy, there's no one there. But I could still see her despite having the light back on and being able to move. Babe, I'm going crazy, I'm going fucking crazy, help me, she's there, I see her standing there. I kept repeating this over and over, rocking my body back and forth while having both hands on my head. Then all of a sudden, I felt my body being jerked awake. This time I knew for sure I was awake. I sat up on my bed and I saw that my boyfriend was still sleeping. The lamp was still on, but this time she was gone. I wasn't shaking or hyperventilating anymore, I was just very confused. I was second-guessing myself if I was really awake. I couldn't fall back asleep after that. Last thing I remember doing is going to my Spotify and playing Someone New by SCA. I played my phone under my pillow and I fell back asleep. My boyfriend's work alarm went off a couple hours later. When he woke up, I was telling him about a quote-unquote nightmare that I had. When I was telling him I was hyperventilating and pointing to the corner of the room, he said, "But Amy, you did do that. You don't remember?" I woke up and I was asking if you were okay. I froze for a moment and I couldn't understand. There's no way I saw a dark figure in the room. It was for sure a dream. I couldn't wake up, and when I thought I woke up, I still saw her. I eventually woke up for real and put music on. He said, "But you were awake. I kept asking if you were okay." I was like, "You lying. There's no way. You have to be lying." But I'm not lying. I didn't ask anything more, but it's been bothering me all day. I work a haunted house. For all of you there listening, that's 2 times the haunt. The past few months I was working at a haunted house for the Halloween season. The special thing about this haunt is that it's built in an old abandoned movie theater from the 1950s. There was 2 unknown deaths in the theater. One while it was operating and the other being a scare actor who sadly had a heart attack in the men's restroom. It's very possible that the residual hauntings from the old sanitarium across the street and unmarked graves that the property was built on. I know everybody who's worked there has had some sort of paranormal experience, including myself. So I'm here to tell my experiences. First one was actually my first day helping set up stuff before season. This was my first year working there, so during the tour I was talking to the tech manager. We'll call him James, about his experiences. Now it's just me and James walking through the scenes when we get into the theater scene, which is an old showroom that they kept for a movie theater. As soon as we step into the room, I get chills and a sudden feeling that I was being watched. Then James goes, "So this is one of the most spiritual parts of the building." That same day, I was in the projector room with James and 2 other actors when we started hearing clicks and knocking. Aside from the usual knocks and noises, my next experience wasn't until opening week when I was helping and went to use the bathroom. I'm doing my business when I hear the toilet flapper being jiggled in the stall next to me. I was alone in the bathroom, and I would have heard somebody come in due to how loud the door was. This is apparently a common occurrence in the men's bathroom. What is a toilet flapper? The next experience actually scared the hell out of me when it happened. I was in the previously mentioned theater scene with 2 other actors. The night had just started. I realized I didn't have a prop. One of the other actors in my scene still needed his makeup finished. I told him I'd walk with him to the makeup room since the costume and prop room was right next to it. Our scene leader, we're going to call him Ted, gave us the go-ahead, so we left. I walked back alone, and when I walked into the theater, I realized that Ted wasn't there. He also had a queue-line actor, so I knew he wouldn't be gone for too long. Now, I hate being in the theater alone. It's eerie, and even if I don't feel like I'm in danger or anything, it's still freaky. So I'm sitting in one of the theater seats and waiting for the next group when I see a figure walk into the room from the scene after. I didn't just see a figure either. I could hear the footsteps leading into the room. So, assuming it was my scene leader, I went, "Hey, Ted." But there was no answer. I said his name again and nothing. There was no one in the room with me after all. My scene leader actually came back maybe 10 minutes after this. This was by far the creepiest experience. There have also been countless times where I'm literally sweating off my makeup from running around my scenes, and suddenly I'm so cold that I'm shivering and get goosebumps. Keep in mind that it is an old building with no AC or heating. My encounter with a spirit/ghost. If you've been to the Balkans, or lived there, you probably know that it isn't all aesthetic as the internet portrays it to be. At the time, I was 17. I was going to a friend's place to smoke weed at around 3:30, 4 a.m. in the morning. I was walking in some back streets. If you know, you know, but it was those streets that are with the communism apartment blocks. There were barely any lights working on the street, and I was walking alone. Going around the cars on the parkings in front of the blocks, I go past an alley. Girl, probably 8 to 10, standing in the middle of it with the ball in her hands. As I passed, I had to go back to see if I saw that right. I go up to her. I ask her what she's doing out so late, as any sane person would ask if they see a small child in the middle of a back street alone. The girl just stares at me. Couldn't really see her face as there were no lights and my vision didn't go beyond my feet. I go down on my knee and ask her what her name is, where she lives. The girl continues to stare at me and says nothing. At this point, I'm a bit annoyed and I figure she finds me scary, as a lot of the small children do when they see a barely functioning person with blood-red eyes. I take my iPhone 7 out of my pocket and turn on the flashlight. The girl is gone. No sign of her. Figured I just hallucinated the whole thing, since it happened to me a lot back then. I continued on my way to my friend's. A couple of minutes later, I started hearing footsteps behind me. I turned around and no one was there. I looked around me a bit, but nothing. I once again continued and started hearing whispers. I'm not talking about your average whispering. The whispers were clear as day, but at the same time I barely understood them. I thought that it was once again my imagination, so I lowered myself on the ground and covered my ears. I used to get a lot of voices and stuff in my head due to some mental issues. When the whispers finally stopped, I got up again and saw that behind me was the girl from before. Only this time I saw her face clearly. Her eyes were black. Clear black. She had a vein-covered mouth that was staring at me. She has a black dress and a pink jacket. She was holding the same ball from the first time I saw her. I looked at her for just a second, but till this day I remember it like it was last week. Barely ever remember stuff from when I'm high, but this I remember 5 years later. I started crying and had a full-on mental breakdown. I sat in the middle of the road, sat hugging my legs, and refused to open my eyes for a good 10 minutes until a lady and a man came that I'm guessing lived in the apartment block. I refused to move until about a half an hour. At the end, the cops were called, and I spent the night at the police station till my stepdad came and picked me up. Well, I'm almost completely sure that really happened. It wasn't just my imagination. 2 months after that incident, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia and autism. So the only people who believe me are my boyfriend and my mom. Goosed by a ghost. There is at least one resident ghost where I work. It's a music venue and a nightclub. I don't know if anybody who works there knows who it is. There's been lots of people with strong emotional attachments to the place. I had been working there for a few days and I mentioned seeing a ghost that kept making me jump, thinking somebody had wandered in during cleaning hours, which does occasionally happen. The rest of the staff immediately confirmed that there is a ghost. Everybody sees him. Some people quit suddenly, and I don't know if it's because they were unsettled by him, but every encounter I've had's been pretty non-threatening. It started out catching glances from across the room. Then I started seeing shadows pass across doorways, and I knew no one was in the room. Then there was a day when the door of the bathroom I was cleaning opened and I saw a person out there. I thought it was a coworker. That's when I stepped out, realizing that she was on the other side of the building. A few days later, I came out of the same bathroom after cleaning, and he was standing right on the other side of the door. Expected to run smack into someone, but just passed right through him. It was warm, though. Then he vanished. Maybe a month ago, I was in a room alone, and he gave my ass a good squeeze and tickle. It's been a long time since I've been touched by an entity, and this is the first time that one has goosed me. I wasn't scared, I wasn't offended, I thought it was hilarious, and the second I got home I told my husband. The ghost is getting really familiar. He asked, "Did he goose you?" Joking around, we had a good laugh when I confirmed it. A week or so ago, me and a couple of coworkers, one female and one male, we were managers and we were chatting, and the subject somehow got into the ghost. The female coworker said that she'd felt up, or rather been felt up. Another female had told that she's had her back touched and shirt gently tugged in sort of a teasing way. I told them about the ass grab. The look on the manager's face was priceless. He had plenty of first-hand experiences with the ghost and had no reason not to believe us. It was just clearly the first time anybody had brought it up, and he had no idea how he was supposed to handle it. Not like he can take the ghost into the office and give him a stern talking to about sexual harassment in the workplace. We assured him that we didn't actually mind the ghost touching us, and, well, we feel he's a very friendly entity, just gets a bit frisky sometimes. Guardian Angel. I will always remember this, and it's stuck with me to this day. I wouldn't say it hunts me. Or, I think they meant hurt. Whether it be hurt or hunt. Whatever it is, it's in a comforting way, apparently. Before I start my encounter, I want to explain something first. My granddad on my dad's side sadly passed away when my dad was only 13. Me growing up, not really knowing who he was. All I knew is that he was in the Royal Navy. Other than that, he was a mystery to me. At that point, I never wanted to ask my dad, my uncles, or my nan about him. My nan never loved another man after his tragic passing. I remember when I was a young child, around 4 or 5 at the time. My nan had a picture on her bedside table with herself and a few people with her in a bar somewhere. There was 2 men in the picture, never really knowing which one was my granddad. Now, on with the main story. This happened in 2012-2013, sometime that would make 17 or 18 at this encounter. Me and my younger brother Dom, aged 12 or 13, went to our local cemetery. Sounds morbid, I know, but he was up there with good intentions. Our older brother Louis and great uncle Tom pretty much buried up there. What we used to do is gain our respects to them both by cleaning the graves and removing the unwanted weeds and leaves. Soon after we finished cleaning the graves, Dom wanted to go to the toilet. The graveyard, luckily enough, had a toilet in the far side. As we approached, I had a weird feeling, or a feeling of being watched, or some sort. Don tries opening the toilet door to our surprise, and it was locked. And it was rarely locked. At this, he was desperate to go, and our house was a solid 15-20 minutes away, so I told him to pee around the back of the toilet, so nobody could see him. Then in the corner of my eye, in a good 10 meters, I can see this guy staring at me. I turned my face to him, and it was like a staring competition. Like how he was going about it, he kind of reminded me like my dad's brother, my Uncle Andy. But I knew it wasn't. For one, He lived 2 towns away at the time. For 2, he would have come up to me and asked in the graveyard. For 3, this guy wasn't wearing glasses as my uncle was to wear, otherwise he can't even see. So I turned to Dom and I asked him what's taking so long. As I turned back where this guy was, he was just gone. I questioned myself who he was, and for a big guy, he knows how to run. After that, I didn't question it. Found it weird nonetheless. Several weeks later, my brother wanted to ask my Nan about her mysterious granddad. So I remembered him that if Nan doesn't want to talk about him, then just drop it. Like I said before, I didn't want to upset her Nan. So my brother goes and talks to my Nan. I hear my brother call me, so I go toward my Nan's bedroom, and as I walked in, she was smiling, happy to show pictures of old pictures of herself. That's weird. And my dad and my uncle, and then one caught my eye, and it was my granddad. That was the guy that was staring at me in the cemetery. I've used to see something in my house, and I don't know what it is. So this event happened a few years back. I was probably 10 at the time. I remember a part of that day where my family and I were delivering groceries from our car to the kitchen. It was sometime in the afternoon, because the sun was still bright. For context, if you go through the front door, straight ahead of where you be, the hallways turned left. There were 3 rooms lining it. 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. On the right side of the living room was a giant space that led to the kitchen. In the middle of the living room was a table. I clearly remember that I was carrying a few bags. When I was about to pass the table, in the corner of my left eye in the hallway, there was this strange figure. It was tall, probably about 7 feet tall. It was pale white like albino. It didn't have any face either, no features at all, no nose, eyes, ears, belly button, or reproductive organs. I saw it for a split second before it was gone. But during that time, I felt that it was staring at me. When I looked at it during that split second, I felt actual genuine fear. It ended as soon as I noticed it, but I never said anything about it. However, I've seen it about 100 times since then. It's always in that hallway. Never seen it anywhere else. Sometimes it's just standing, sometimes crouching, or just peeking around a corner. I told my father about it before. He just tells me of his sleep paralysis experience. The strange thing I picked up on his story is that his shadow person was very tall, which I did think was interesting. Haven't seen it in about 2 years or so. I still have a room connected to the hallway. I don't believe that our house is on any important land, and as far as I know, nobody's died in the house. If you guys have any experiences like that, maybe you could share them. The Ghost Cat. I'm 37. I'm writing this because I'm an utter loss. It's becoming concerning. I moved into my apartment about a year ago. It's one big house, but divided into 3 apartments, a triplex. I live in one of the upper units. Before moving in, my downstairs neighbor, who's known me for 22 years, said the prior tenant had cats. They said one of them died at my apartment. The prior tenant was a hoarder. It was a mess. So much so, they never found a body of a cat. I never thought anything of it. A month or 2 go by, and I start noticing my cat. She would sit down and stare off into the corner where my bathroom is, like she sensed something or someone. I never really thought anything of it. Aphrodite, what are you looking at? More time goes by, and out of nowhere, at random times of the day or night, my cat would run across the apartment like she's physically playing with another cat. Even would get low to the door, butt in the air type stuff. It started to become an everyday occurrence, so much so that it became an inside joke amongst my neighbors and myself. "Oh, I heard your cat running around up there playing with the ghost cat again." We would always laugh it off, just go about our life. But then after a while, I started to notice a change in my cat's, demeanor. Instead of greeting me with happy kisses and smiles upon getting home from work, immediately opening my door, my cat want to bolt out into the hallway in fear for her life. Well, I thought that was strange. Then at points when I would feed her, instead of her running up to the food, she would cautiously approach, look over her shoulders to make sure nothing was coming up on her. I thought that was odd too. Just kind of been going about my life all year watching my cat sense something in her demeanor change. Just never really thought anything. Then a few nights ago, I'm about to sit down and do some gaming. I hear my cat, who's laying down on the floor behind the couch, and they let out these two defensive, stand your ground meows, like don't come any closer. It concerned me so much I turned around and said, "Aphrodite, what's wrong?" I swear on everything I love, when I turned around and looked, I saw my cat being hoisted up into the air by something I couldn't see. Her arms were stuck straight up into the air, stiff. It looked as if somebody took her and violently shook her left to right, and she let out this insane meow. I ran toward her like, "Oh my God, Aphrodite." And as I'm running to her, I see what can only be described as an imprint in her fur, like when you push your hand down on bed sheets. As I got a bit closer, I felt this insane energy. It bum rushed me. Felt like I got instantly kicked into a freezer. All the hair on my arms went straight up. I got goosebumps, shaking, cold, trembling. I say, "What the fuck is that?" And now I swear my cat and I haven't been the same since. Feels like some force has itself attached to me. Like I'm here, but my soul is being held against its will. Super hard to explain. My family wants me to seek out medical help, which I am, because I know that sort of defies logic. It's such an issue in my life right now, I'm at the point where I hope they diagnose me with schizophrenia or something so I can be medicated and move on. And that's kind of a powerful statement. My family thinks I'm hallucinating, but if I am hallucinating, why is it affecting my cat? I have video of her minutes after it happened, and I'm standing next to her calling her name, and it keeps getting louder until I basically screaming her name. I get absolutely no response. So again, what the fuck? So I'm at the point where I'm hoping that there's some logical scientific explanation for all this. I truly have been watching my cat sense something all year. I wouldn't be on this Reddit right now if I didn't turn around, concerned over my cat making those distress calls. I'd be going about my life joking about the ghost cat, but here I am, feeling like I'm myself. Some outside force has me captive, and it wasn't ever like this until that moment I felt like I got kicked into a freezer. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, because this is absolutely fucked. Has anyone else seen this creature? In 2018, I saw a tall, skinny black humanoid with long arms and legs sprint across my lawn. This was in broad daylight, 4 p.m. It wasn't something I saw out of the corner of my eye. I was completely calm and relaxed, and I was on the phone with my friend when it appeared. I was terrified, but I perfectly tracked it running from left to right across the grass. Despite it being so bright out, its body was completely pitch black and featureless. It had no face that I could see, but its arms and legs were very long and lanky. I could tell it was about 8 to 12 feet tall because it was several feet taller than the stop sign that it ran past. It was extraordinarily fast, moving 45 miles an hour. I never saw it again, but at some point later I brought up the story to my mom. She looked shocked as she explained that oh, she had seen the exact same creature that year around the same time frame. She said that she'd seen it standing at the edge of the forest before it ran back into the woods. What bothered me so much about this event is that it happened in my neighborhood in broad daylight. I wasn't the only person who'd seen it. It seems like the type of thing that would only happen at night in the middle of nowhere. Someone's already drowsy, their mind's playing tricks on them. But there it was for me in the front yard. It was a hallucination. You'd think I would have seen it again, right? Or that it would have been maybe like some point I'd be stressed and tired, but I was fine. Still haven't seen anything as weird as that. My mom and I both saw this creature. Maybe somebody else has too. My next post is like a drawing of what I saw. Wish I could see it. Ouija boards are bullshit, right? Right? Thought I'd share something interesting that happened to me about 15 years ago. Most won't believe me, but for what it's worth, I promise everything I tell you is 100% true. I'll tell you how it happened to the best of my memory. However, names have been changed. I was about 18. I was hanging out at my friend Joanne's house with some other school friends. Can't quite remember how we got into the subject, but toward the end of the evening, Joanne thought it would be fun to perform a seance. Joanne's family, they were from Cape Town, South Africa, had a deep-rooted interest in the spiritual, or at least that's what Joanne made out to us. With the lights off and candles lit, we all sat around a round table with cards fanned out around the edge. Each card had a letter of the alphabet arranged A through Z and a shot glass placed in the middle. Joanne starts speaking out to the spirits in Afrikaans. I remember pulling a face and rolling my eyes. It was too dark for anybody to really take offense. At the time, I was pretty much an insufferable and enlightened atheist teen dork. You know the type. Cringy 4chan edgelord who thinks any form of spirituality or religion is beneath me and my superior intellect. I never wore a fedora, but I was damn close. However, what was about to happen made me question everything. It started mundane enough. A few questions were asked, and the shot glass were resting on her fingers. They started to move. They moved to and fro until eventually one of my friends asked the quote-unquote spirit if they were associated with anyone in the room. The shot glass moved directly toward me. Incredulous, I asked the spirit if you're associated with me. Then what's my mother's maiden name? My eyes fixate on the letters that spell out her maiden name, which is Jones. But the glass started spelling out something different. First, the glass went to T, then H, and then O. I thought then that it was bullshit. I was completely wrong. Then I was struck by a horrific realization. When my mom was 6 months old, her biological father died of a heart attack. A year after that, she took her stepfather's name. I completely forgot this in the moment, and I was expecting the glass to read out the maiden name that she had for the majority of her life. But it was actually spelling out her original maiden name, Thompson. It was a fact so trivial that I barely remembered it myself. It was something never talked about even within my family. It happened so long ago. It'd be hard to believe that any of my friends would know any of this esoteric piece of my family's history that occurred 20 years before I was even born. But nonetheless, somehow it was being spelled out in front of my very eyes. Thompson. My school friends and I wouldn't talk about anything deeper than video games and tits at that age. Yet there's no way I ever mentioned this to any of them. It's not like one of my pot-smoking loser friends had a copy of my mom's birth certificate. None of them had ever met anybody else in my family. There's literally no way anybody could have known this. Before I could contemplate this for far too long, or any other questions were going to be asked, My ghostly associate Joanne's mom came into the room, turns the light on, and with a thick South African accent shouts something like, "Bloody hell, Joanne, stop messing around with this sleek crap." Put a definitive stop to the proceedings. Of course, at the time, I played it off as a prank, but the more I think of it, the more my mind wonders. Did something actually paranormal happen that night? I know it's nothing dramatic or exciting. I don't see an apparition or a cryptid, but unlike 90% of the spirit shit that you read on Reddit, this experience is actually true. And something to this day I can't explain. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I don't know if 90% is the right ratio there. Shadowy figure following me around. Why do spirits linger? I wanted to share a little story about a shadowy figure which has been present in my life since I was younger. For context, I am a believer in the paranormal as well as spirituality in general. But I think what's really shocked me is the consistency in the sightings and the actions of this shadowy figure from the perspective of people who have no background knowledge of it from myself or anyone else. As a child, I'm sitting with my brother in his bedroom. That's where the door had a clear view of the entire hallway, which allowed me to see both entrances of my parents' bedroom and the washroom. They were parallel from each other. I remember the sun was setting, and due to forest fires, the entire hallway was brightly lit in a deep red color, which felt pretty eerie, but not a big deal. Didn't really think too much of it. As I turned my head to look down the hallway, I witnessed the clear image of a short, shadowy figure quickly moving from my parents' bedroom into the washroom. I was utterly terrified and couldn't believe what I'd just seen. Told my brother and parents about it. Fast forward years later, my aunt comes to visit and stays at our house for a couple of months. She never says anything about it to us and doesn't come up. But years later, we start getting to talk about scary stories and she tells me, "You know, your house has something." Mind you, I haven't told her anything about what I saw, nor did my family members say anything. But she describes exactly what I had seen. Exact same placements, doing the exact same thing. A short, shadowy figure zooming from my parents' bedroom into the washroom, just as I had saw years prior. Finally, so many more years pass by. I'm living in a new house with a couple of roomies. One of my roomies is a very spiritual person. I haven't told her this experience of mine. However, I did tell her that I felt a presence in the house when I'd first moved in, to the point where I visited my local church to get rosaries and crosses, as well as some sage and to sort of ward off any bad spirits and energy. Initially, she tells me that there isn't anything in the house. This is when I had first moved in. But tonight, she reaffirms me that there really was nothing before I came here. But now that I am here, there is something. Anywho, we had gotten to talking about spirits just randomly. She brought up how I mentioned that I was feeling scared when I first moved in. She told me that she had seen twice now a tall, shadowy figure racing from my bedroom into the washroom. Needless to say, I was speechless and terrified. I've always felt that I was being watched or never really alone. It's never really bugged me unless I think about it a lot. But I'm just so curious why this sort of thing happens. She told me that maybe this entity is following me around because it has unfinished business with me. But I really do wonder what that means and why spirits do these things, like cling onto certain people. What do you guys think? Pretty sure my house is haunted. What do I do? Advice. I, 17, live with my mom and my sister in a pretty big house for 3 people, since my dad always at work. My mom says she's experienced some paranormal occurrences since we moved in, like finding pebbles in the hallway, and said pebbles skidding across the hallway to her room. I also remember some experiences from after we moved in. Like this one morning when I was getting ready for school and the living room lights flickered. My mom is extremely religious, so she did some cleansing, as she likes to call it. It all died down, stopped for 3 or 4 years, till a couple of months ago. We were all sitting in the TV room, each doing our own thing, when suddenly a lamp flew off the shelf. A few minutes later, she went to the garage. I think she went to fetch something. I don't remember. One of the jars we keep screws and nails in on the shelf flew off and almost hit her in the face. She once again did some of her cleaning, and got quiet for a while. Thought it was going to say cleansing. That was until yesterday. As I was coming out of the bathroom, I could clearly hear a woman saying hello. Both my mom and sis were in the living room. That's on the other side of the house. Couldn't have been her neighbors, as nobody lives on that side of the house. Fast forward to a few minutes ago. I'm sitting on a rocking chair in our living room with my feet on a dining chair across from me. As I was browsing Reddit, the chair kicked against me, hard. I went and told my mom about it, and she told me that she felt like someone's been watching her since yesterday. She just did her cleaning again. Cleaning in quotes. What do you guys think I should do? Why would my house be haunted? My mom says that sometimes you open doors that let these things in. What does that mean? I'm kind of scared. I saw it near the brush. I really enjoy all the stories, and I really appreciate the effort you guys put into a lot of them, bringing your experiences to light. So I figure I might as well share mine. Though it does seem a little silly on the surface compared to the other stories on the sub. But here goes nothing. For starters, I live in the Appalachian Mountain region of the United States. Being in these ancient mountains have always inspired a sense of awe in me. I don't think I would have wanted to grow up anywhere else. And also, being a descendant of Cherokee, it's always felt right to be here, you know? My brothers and I always had a lot of land to explore and run around on. I always tell people that I grew up in the woods type of a guy. It felt important to share that little background information, because what I saw when I was younger might be rooted in some local folklore or something. But anyway, onto the story. When I was younger, I was never afraid to roam the hills back in the woods, day or night. It was just part of me. One evening, my family had a get-together with friends and family. We had a small fire and roasted hot dogs and s'mores. All the campfire goodies, you know? Well, afterwards, once the fire was put out, my father asked me to take the remaining wood or sticks that wasn't used to fuel the fire and to throw them back into the brush at the end of the backyard, way back at the back of the field. He didn't want to run over any sticks when mowing the lawn, apparently. So I picked them all up, headed back toward the end of the field. And by the time I got there, it was twilight. Beautiful red and orange sky, nice glow all around. I remember this because of just how eerie it seemed. As I threw the sticks into the brush, I turned around, and not 50 feet from me is a deep royal blue pig. I was shocked and didn't even move. The entire scene was just amazing and scary at the same time. It didn't move, and having pigs myself, I know that this one was definitely larger than any pig we ever had. This continued for what seemed like an hour. But realistically, we stared at each other for a good 5 minutes before he calmly turned and walked majestically into the forest. I never saw him again after that. But anyway, I just felt like sharing that story with you all. I've told some people about it throughout the years, but nobody really believed me, or they just thought it was a neat story. I know that some people make stories up on Reddit, but this is 100% true, and something that I will never forget. That feeling of being watched. I house sit as a side business. I have a regular job that pays well, but this makes me a few grand extra a year and keeps me busy enough that I don't need my own apartment, which saves me several thousand more a year. For the most part, everything's smooth sailing. The majority of my clients are wealthy and live in nicer neighborhoods, so crime isn't an issue. Many of them don't lock their doors, which freaks me out enough. I'm a former corrections officer and I lock down everything. More recently, I house sat for my aunt's ex-husband. They've been pretty amicable since the split. I house sit for her often and she set it up for me. My uncle is a nice enough guy who isn't much older than me, often travels for work. He's not wealthy but rents a home his parents own in a nicer new neighborhood. The neighbors aren't anything to worry about and they're pretty quiet. It's a new subdivision, so there's still some construction going on, which invites its own potential problems. But it's pretty much a non-issue. This is a small lot subdivision and the house is built practically on top of each other. At first, I thought that's what was causing my anxiety. I'm pretty twitchy in public from my years as a CO, and for the most part, I've gotten good at talking myself out of it. I also was pretty good at staying observant, just in case. No matter what, though, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. When I let the dog into the backyard, I could see into maybe no less than 5 houses without trying. Just a general scan of the surrounding area allowed me to see into 5 different homes. If I tried, I could get a good 3 more in. That's how close these houses are. I just start standing in the doorway, and most are still under construction. Workers are moving out and about on the roof, so unfortunately not actually looking into anyone's homes. I don't think that they're what gave me the feeling. It was because it just got worse as the sun set and the workers went home. Michael keeps getting his blinds shut. I never opened them. The feeling was worse in the living room, which is where I spent the bulk of my time. The dog, to her credit, seemed oblivious to that being watching sensation, so I tried to shrug it off as my own irrational nerves. On the last day there, I vacuumed as part of part of trying to get the house ready for my uncle to come home. That sensation was at an all-time high, had me tiptoeing around like it would hide from me or whoever or whatever was watching me. As I was putting the vacuum away, I turned toward the living room and I swear I saw a large man standing behind the dog, just in front of the leather recliner. He was easily over 6 foot with wide shoulders, thick build, and no neck. By the shape of his head, I'd say he was bald too. He was completely shrouded in shadow, which doesn't make sense because the living room was brightly lit for the most part. I startled, closed my eyes, forcing myself to breathe through, wanting to scream. I had just come from that spot. There is no way somebody could be standing there, and the dog's focus was on me. When I opened my eyes, a couple seconds later, he was gone, taking the creepy feeling along with him. Brief, uneventful, mildly spooky. The only paranormal encounter I've had. Starting off, I do not believe in ghosts, spirits, demonic, rituals, cults, etc. But I didn't know about this sub until recently. I do enjoy spooky things, so I thought I'd share my only spooky, maybe paranormal experience with you all. This was back in 2015. I went with my family to Bar Harbor, Maine to visit a childhood friend of my mother's. They were pretty well off. They had several vacation homes, and this was a cute cottage in a residential area surrounded by a national park. The house was an A-frame, so the rooms had that cool angled wall like I've seen in movies. But I hadn't seen it in my own life. I was excited by that more than the whole nature thing. They're classic New Englanders. They even had themed rooms. I was staying in the moose room, otherwise known as everything in that room had a moose motif. Very cute, if not old-fashioned. My encounter piqued my curiosity more than anything. I don't recall any fear, just puzzled bewilderment and massive amusement. Here it is, my only encounter with something spooky-ish. I was alone in the moose room. I just grabbed some floss from my toiletries bag in the bathroom. I was planning to sit in the bed while I flossed. And then it happened. The door wasn't closed all the way. Mostly closed because I wanted to hear if I was being called. But then the door just slowly opened. No one was there. I knew I'd hear someone coming up the stairs since they were near the room. And frankly, the others seem to thump around where they walk. I've never lived in a 2-story house, so I always noticed when someone was on the stairs. The door just slowly opened. I was sitting on the bed facing the door while this happened. I just sat there flossing. Then the door started to slowly close. It didn't close fully. The handle didn't engage. I continued flossing, being very thorough since I have lots of dental work. The door then once again opened very slowly, and once more closed slowly almost all the way. I just sat there flossing and watching. It was something interesting. Why not just watch and see what happens next? Nothing happens next. Got up, walked through the door and down the stairs. The other stalls had been outside doing, or rather, not the other stalls, but the others had been outside doing outdoorsy things or whatever. I told them what just happened, and they didn't seem to understand what I was talking about. I asked about the house, like maybe it was on uneven ground or had a gust going through it. But the owner assured me the house was very sound and very secured. They'd spent a lot of money on it. They're real estate agents. They knew a lot about this house, so those easy solutions were ruled out. Nothing cool like that happened the rest of the trip, but I thought it was hilarious. Lots of joking with my family out of earshot of the hosts about the place being haunted. So, sure, best part of my trip. Probably that. That was only perhaps the only thing I can claim to be calling paranormal that's ever happened to me. I still think there must have been some logical cause for it, but it is a fun story. To me and my family, at least. The 3 Ladies at Dawn. Not that long ago, I was living in Texas with my grandmother, her 2 daughters, and their Shih Tzu dog. They were very devoted Christians. Their house has this really peaceful, calming vibe. I used to sleep on the biggest couch in the living room, head facing the front door and a lamp just above my head. One of the last nights I spent there, I was with them. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. as usual, because around 5 a.m. my aunts would come to the kitchen to make breakfast. Obviously, I had no intention of getting up yet, so I kept laying there facing the door with the dog on the floor just beside the couch. I shut my eyes, hoping I'd fall asleep again. I keep opening my eyes every now and then because I can't go back to sleep. I never would have imagined what I saw. There were 3 ladies standing in front of the front door. 3 of them were wearing long, puffy black dresses. Each of them were holding something at chest level. I could only clearly see what it was. Couldn't see it at all, really. Those are 2 different things. They were looking at me with anger, and I started to feel very frightened. I closed my eyes immediately as the little dog started to howl in this really creepy way. Holy Father prayer was the first thing that came to my mind. I started praying silently, waiting for the dog to stop howling and the lady to disappear. The dog kept doing the same creepy thing for about 2 minutes. Kept my eyes shut for about 20-30 minutes, and I started to hear the noises coming from one of the rooms. It wasn't until one of my aunts came out that I opened my eyes. To my relief, everything was back to normal, peaceful again. Never told them about this experience. Still not sure of why these entities were there. Spent all of my childhood in that house without any paranormal occurrence. Spent more nights there after moving out, and nothing related has happened again. The Unholy Stalker. When I was 9 years old, I had a paranormal experience that I recall as the most frightening one. I was in bed. I had a very high fever. I was having trouble with sleeping. Since I knew I wasn't going to bed anytime soon, I decided to get up, go to the kitchen, and read the Bible. The kitchen had a window that looked into the laundry room, so I decided to sit by the peninsula with my back to the dark window. Instead, I would face the living room. A peninsula. I opened my Bible and I started to read it. Can't remember the chapter or the book. Let me remind you, apparently it was the Bible. But I could see in the corner of my eye something blackish, like a shadow moving really fast across the living room back and forth. Being used to seeing entities since I was very young, I knew the best I could do was to ignore it and to keep my eyes to my lecture. The shadow was suddenly no longer moving across the living room, but instead I felt a heavy presence behind me, very near to me. Started to read my Bible out loud, hoping that it would leave. Little did I know that this would only make things worse. As I kept reading out loud, I felt the presence come closer and it whispered in my ear something unintelligible. That was it. I just froze, got up, and gathered the strength to run to my parents' bedroom to wake them up. I crawled into their bed and explained to them what had happened. My dad, as the spiritual man he is, told me to calm and explained to me that it might have been a demon picking on me since I gathered the little strength I had to read the Bible. Just made him mad and tried to scare me so I wouldn't stop. For a couple of weeks I slept in my room with my light on, but if I woke up in the middle of the night, I would just pretend I was still asleep so nothing would keep bothering me. Taunting Balloon. If this belongs in a different subreddit, please let me know. I'm new here. My boyfriend and I live in a 2-story house with a basement that's over 100 years old. We recently had a big birthday party on the main floor that includes balloons. Out of sheer laziness and being hungover, I didn't put all the decorations away until a few days later. To get to the second story, where our bedroom is, you have to go up a pretty steep, narrow staircase. A few days after the party, while the decor was still up, I woke up and sat on my bed while checking notifications on my phone. That was until I noticed the sound of a continuous scratching noise coming toward me from the ceiling. I looked up at the spooky noise to notice a star-shaped foil balloon dragging its way to me from the bedroom door. Thought it was strange, but brushed it off to being wind from an open window or some kind of weird deflating. Later that day, I go back to my bedroom to grab some clothes from the dresser, just to the right of the door. I noticed the balloon on the ceiling above where I slept and carried on. As I'm going through the dresser, my back facing the bed, the dim light in my room suddenly gets so bright it's like a strobe light. Turned around to look at the light and the balloon was directly in my face and at my height. The light suddenly went back to normal brightness. For some little more context, my room has decently tall ceilings, and it's in a barn-like shape. When I went into the room, I didn't close or open any doors, and the balloon was all the way across the room. All windows were closed, no vents in the room either. Any thoughts on this? The room did feel very weird. Haven't experienced anything strange in a while, though. The Booze Brothers' trip to an abandoned children's hospital. My buddies and I have a YouTube and TikTok channel where we go to urban legend hotspots for 12-pack, or with 12-pack. We do it about every week, and this week we got a lead from my college ethics teacher on a potential ghost town and abandoned hospital out in the woods of West Point, Kentucky. It's about a 45-minute drive from Louisville. Our lead was from a website that I had found with photos and exact coordinates of where it is on the road out in the middle of nowhere. However, we quickly realized how sketchy the situation was once we got closer. We were nervous. The road we had chosen to try and find it was basically Fort Knox property. Every turn we took was either gated off by Fort Knox or closed with a sign saying, "Surveilled by the military." We eventually made it to the location called Bridges of the Past. It was foggy as hell and you could walk under the bridges. But it was a canopy of trees that made it look like something out of Hollywood. We were hearing all sorts of unexplainable noises. Plus, there was a train trestle with a passing train overhead, so the screeching of the tracks was adding another layer to the already overwhelming sound. Keep in mind, the two of us were by ourselves with no weapons for self-defense. Basically lost. We were overwhelmed by the amount of noises in the bridges. Plus, we're trying to find a hidden driveway to a location where hundreds of children could still be buried. So we were rightfully in our heads a little bit. As more time passed, the sketchy feeling wasn't. We're used to being sketched out, but something felt unsafe. We decided it would be safer to scope out the long way around at sunset the next day, try to find the hospital without looking over our shoulder for Fort Knox soldiers. Makes you wonder if anything's happened to anybody trying to find the hospital with the military in the way. Wonder if they made it. Is this a coincidence or a very powerful spirit? Tonight, me and my friend decided we wanted to do a Ouija board because we were bored. We had done it in the past and it worked, so we went into the woods in my neighborhood to try it out. It wasn't working well. It only answered our first question of, "Is anyone here?" with a yes, but it then stopped moving after that. But it did feel kind of as if the spirit was trying to communicate outside of the board. At first, it was just the sounds of footsteps and rustling circles around us, but we were able to dismiss that. That's because we were outside and it could have been an animal. We decided to give it a shot though and asked for a sign. Car alarm went off and my flashlight stopped working. That was weird, but not completely confirming. We asked for it to make another alarm go off and a police siren went off. Very, very close to us. We then decided to ask it to make another alarm go off while we were walking back to my house. Before we left though, we decided to ask for one more. Very, very definite sign that a spirit is present. Immediately after asking, we heard so many police sirens passing and blood-curdling screams from a woman from what sounded like pretty close far. Pretty close far. It wasn't playful screams. There were very intense screams of either pain or fear. Several of them, like it literally sounded like somebody was getting murdered. After hearing this, we ran out of the woods, and as we were walking back to my house, we heard another alarm go off. I don't know if this was coincidental or if there's a spirit contacting us. The energy was horrible and extremely negative while we were trying to contact something. If it is a spirit, it definitely is not a good one. I'm going to be checking the news a lot the next few days, see if someone was actually murdered because it really sounded like it, especially with the amount of cop cars we heard rushing that direction. Eerie Encounters, Story of the Skinwalker Ranch. In 1994, an unsuspecting family made up of Terry Sherman, Gwen Sherman, and their kids purchased an abandoned ranch in the northeastern corner of Utah because of its low price. With the family's main source of livelihood being cattle, they were excited to have this huge 500-acre property that offered ample space for their cattle to roam around. Their newly purchased ranch, however, had a strange nickname. It was fondly called the Skinwalker Ranch by the locals. Built between the late 1800s and the early 1900s, the Skinwalker Ranch was built upon a land cursed by the Navajo tribes. The Utes, a Native American tribe, had a habit of capturing and selling other Native American tribes into slavery. So, when the Utes started rounding up the area where the Navajos lived, they were forced to move away from their land to escape enslavement. While fleeing from their land, the Navajos cursed their own land with the Skinwalker's curse, to punish the Utes who had tormented them. The Skinwalker Ranch was built on this cursed piece of land. In line with the legends, this curse would summon skinwalkers that would terrorize the people living on the cursed land. Within a few years after moving into the ranch, the original owners started noticing strangely huge predatory animals doing eerie things on the property. These events led to the property being abandoned before the Shermans bought it. An eventful first day. When the Shermans moved in, they fell in love with their house and the property, despite noticing strange things in it. They noticed that every window in the house had a deadbolt. Every door of the house had multiple locks on both sides. In the front and back sides of the house were huge pikes with massive chains that held guard dogs attached to them. It appeared as if the previous owner were extremely paranoid about something, did their best to safeguard themselves from this something. On their first day on the property, as the family were unloading things off their truck, Terry noticed a huge wolf calmly just walking toward them from the tree line. Terry and his family were used to protecting their cattle from predators around them, and thus, instead of getting scared, they got hold of their weapons and prepared themselves to confront this wolf. As the wolf walked closer, Terry was astounded by the wolf's size. It looked 3 times the size of the largest recorded wolf, but despite its humongous size, it appeared to be extremely calm and almost friendly. As the wolf walked closer and closer, the family were enchanted by it and went into a trance. The wolf calmly walked toward Terry's father, started rubbing on him like a pet dog, and started walking back. On its way back, it saw a kaffir peeking through the grills of its enclosure, and immediately pounced on it. The mouth of the wolf was so big that it completely covered the calf's head. The family were brought out of the trance by the calf's shout, and they immediately noticed a disgusting chemical odor around them. Terry's father immediately fired at the wolf with his rifle. It didn't seem to cause any harm to the wolf. To save the calf, Terry and his son started bludgeoning the wolf with the backside of an axe. It didn't budge and kept pulling the head of the calf as if it was trying to rip its head apart. As the family kept trying their best to ward off the wolf, it got bored of the calf and slowly walked away from the property as if nothing had happened. Out of rage, Terry fired at the wolf from his high-powered rifle, but the animal kept walking as if the bullet didn't even hit it. Instead of running back into the house, Terry and his son started following the wolf with their weapons. They decided to kill the massive creature as it posed a threat to their cattle. But the footsteps of the wolf stopped at a muddy ground as if it had magically disappeared. Although startled by this event, the family convinced themselves, saying that it was just a wolf, and tried to move on from the incident. A mild dose of peculiarity. During the first week in the house, Gwen started to believe that something was medically wrong with her. She felt that she had serious issues with her memory. There were 2 main events that made her believe this. A couple of days after moving in, Gwen returned home after getting groceries for the house. After putting away the groceries, Gwen went to her room to change her clothes. But when she returned back, she found the groceries back in the bags. Gwen clearly recalled putting the groceries away, but they were somehow back in the bags, so Gwen was completely caught off guard by this event, and despite thinking it over for over 20 minutes, couldn't come up with a valid explanation. The same day, Gwen grabbed her towel and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After a really long shower, Gwen stepped out of the shower only to find her towel missing. When she stepped out of the bathroom after drying herself with another towel, she noticed the missing towel hanging in a closet on the other side of the house. It was not just Gwen going through these things, as her husband Terry had something similar happen to him the same week. Terry was digging up holes with his digging device to make a new fence around the property. After digging up a few such holes, he left his equipment at the last dug hole and went back into the house to take a break. When Terry returned from his break, he noticed that his digging tool was missing. After completely searching the property, he finally found the 70-pound tool in a tree far away from the last dug hole. The heavy tool was hoisted up 70 feet on this tree. Terry was completely dumbfounded by this event, and just like Gwen, he wasn't able to come up with a logical explanation for this. By the end of the first week at their new house, Terry started noticing bright lights on the far end of their property at night. Terry initially thought these lights were headlights of the vehicles of the lost drivers, didn't pay too much attention to them. But as the lights kept appearing every night, he concluded that these were the torchlights of illegal hunters. So one night, Terry grew really frustrated with these supposed hunters, and rushed toward these lights. He did this with his gun to confront them. As he went closer and closer to the lights, he noticed that he kept retreating away from him. After retreating for quite some distance, Terry saw these lights ascend into the night sky and disappear. A strange flying mass. With the strange events continuing, the winter of 1994 arrived. While Terry was looking out for one of his cows, apparently a cow that had gone stray on an extremely chilly winter night, he noticed its footprints near the tree line where the giant wolf had previously appeared. When he followed the trail, he found that it had disappeared in the same muddy region where the footsteps of the giant wolf had disappeared previously. Before the winter ended, 4 more cows disappeared in a similar way. With his animals disappearing, Terry started patrolling his property at night to find out what was happening to his cattle. One night, Terry noticed a strangely shaped object with bright lights near the tree line. This object kept gently hovering 20 feet off the ground, and its lights were focused on the ground as if it were scanning it. When Terry slightly moved to take a better look at this object, he accidentally broke a twig, made an extremely minute sound. The moment this twig broke, the lights of this object turned off, and within a few minutes, just like the lights Terry had seen before, it ascended into the sky and disappeared. From bad to worse. By the spring of '95, things moved from bad to worse for Terry and his family. The disappearing cattle started reappearing in random locations after a random interval of time. Although these reappearing cows were alive, they had surgically precise cuts on them. Some of their parts were missing. Also, the family started noticing strange humanoid figures with expressionless faces walking around their property at night. At times, these figures would walk right through the windows and peek into their houses with their featureless faces, thus creeping out the family. To keep themselves away from these figures, the family completely covered the windows and deadbolted them. Although they covered the windows to keep themselves hidden, they heard these figures scratch the windows and communicate within themselves in nonsensical language. These events became so predominant that the family could barely sleep at night. As a result, the grades of the kids plummeted. Gwen became delusional, which led to her losing her job at the bank. The appearance of light orbs. One night when Terry was sitting on his front porch with his rifle, he noticed an orange light orb appear in the distance. Terry lifted up his rifle and saw through his scope to get a magnified view of the orb. Through the scope, he saw multiple dark humanoid figures that roamed around his property at night. They were crawling out of this oval-shaped orb. In the middle of this orb, he saw something that resembled the blue sky. These humanoid figures crawled out of this orb and disappeared into the tree line. After all these figures crawled out, the orb disappeared. The next night onwards, Terry and his family started seeing blue orbs around their property at night. It emitted a strong sense of anxiousness. Tall, featureless, humanoid figures crawled out of these orbs and glued themselves to the windows of the house. Despite the obscurity piling up, the family persisted to stay in the house. But they did decide to leave the place when their dogs were turned to ashes by one of these orbs. Sherman sell the ranch. One night when one of these orbs appeared, the family's 3 guard dogs started barking at it. The orb seemed to retreat from the dogs, and the dogs kept chasing it. That's when it finally retreated to the forest. The dogs followed it. A few minutes later, Terry heard his dog squeal in pain. After a few more minutes, the sound just abruptly stopped. As the dogs didn't return, Terry and his son headed out into the forest in search of their dogs. Inside the forest, they saw 3 circular piles of ashes. These were the ashes of their dogs. This was the tipping point, and the family decided to sell their property. A billionaire named Robert Bigelow, who was obsessed with investigating the paranormal, he bought the Skinwalker Ranch from Terry after he heard the strange sounds surrounding it. Robert had a group of highly renowned, skeptic scientists, you could say. They wrote a word that's not skeptic. That's kind of funny. So we had a group of these people, scientists, to research and investigate the paranormal that made up this ranch. The headquarters and his crew were all there. Robert hired Terry as the manager of this ranch, and thus, despite selling it, Terry continued taking care of the ranch. Robert's crew witnesses the paranormal. Robert's crew did a couple search around the property to find logical explanations for Terry's claims. Also, they did a thorough mental checkup on the family to make sure that they were mentally stable. They weren't able to find any hallucinants? Is that a word? Well, nonetheless, they weren't able to find any hallucinants or logical explanations for these claims. The tests proved that the family were mentally stable, and the crew slowly started to believe that Terry and his wife were not making it up. One day, while tagging the newly born calves, Terry and his wife Gwen saw the guard dog that accompanied them snarl at something. When they turned to see what it was, they saw a freshly tagged calf dissected with only its head and legs remaining. The calf was cut with surgical precision. There was no blood around the place. So, Terry and some of the researchers started scanning the property to find the case of the calf's dissection. During their inspection, they found a huge humanoid wolf creature perched on like a tree in the tree line. Terry immediately started firing at the figure, and it disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a sort of disgusting chemical stench. This odor resembled the one left behind that huge wolf had that visited the property during Terry's first day. One other night, while 2 of the researchers were walking around, they saw an orange orb. And what they saw inside it matched exactly what pretty much Terry told them. They saw dark humanoid creatures crawl out of it and run toward them. As the duo crouched down in fear, these creatures ran into the forest. These researchers ran back into the house in horror, and they left Robert's crew the very next day. After studying the ranch for a really long time, Robert's skeptic group of scientists confirmed that there was something indeed eerie about this property. They found that multiple things in the property were highly magnetized. They couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Also, orbs, lights, and obscure events were ever present on the property. The crew collected multiple video and photo evidence to support that. Many believe that this is the most trustworthy instance of paranormal activity. And that is a slightly different retelling, but I've definitely read that story before. I'm sure you guys know. But is longer better or shorter better? What do you guys like? I am in the comments, I am here, I am a person. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the supernatural takes center stage. Subscribe and enable notifications to stay updated on our latest haunting stories. Brace yourself for the journey into the unknown. The strangest nighttime happenings. So I live in a block of flats. Not the most modern, but not unmodern by any means. For years, I've had various forms of parasomnic activities. Sleepwalking, talking, sleep paralysis, nightmares, insomnia. But still moving into my new flat, the talking and walking has intensified. When we first moved into my boyfriend thought he just saw a few strange things. I dismissed these as the flat don't seem old enough to be haunted. A few weeks ago, I had a nightmare about demons that screamed in real life. In my dream, I flung myself off the bed to quote-unquote escape, and I injured myself on a radiator. It freaked me out quite a bit, but that didn't strike me as haunted, just a bit scary. Now, the paranormal. I couldn't sleep one night at all, was on the phone for a bit until maybe 2:30. When I tried to sleep, it wasn't working. After around an hour, I decided I needed to go pee. If I didn't, I knew that I wouldn't be able to fall asleep, so rather reluctantly I took myself to the toilet. I upped my phone brightness while trying to avoid looking at the time because I would have been depressed at all the sleep I was missing. I used to shine a light, sort of a light with it, but I could see my way with it. As it was so late my boyfriend was asleep, I decided to keep the door open, otherwise I'd have to be in total darkness, which, would have been terrifying. So, I'm sat on the toilet with the door just over arm's width away from my face with the light facing away from me. I'm halfway through peeing. Illuminated by my phone, I see the door handle slowly moving down. Again, about an arm and a bit away. I freeze, it jolts back up and repeats slowly again. At this point, I'm trying to make sense of what's happening. That's when in 4 loud successive motions the handle goes up and down quite aggressively. Bearing in mind I'm mid-flow, I stop peeing and jump up and shout, "Fuck off!" And just absolutely Usain bolted back to the bedroom. My boyfriend is asleep this whole time. No one else is in our flat and I just lay in bed completely covered, absolutely sweating might I add. I was too scared to close my eyes in case God knows what decides to come back. Needless to say, it was a very restless few hours of sleep in the morning. I have to go call my mom just to be able to go back to the bathroom. I'm absolutely terrified. My boyfriend has seen a few weird things. Things blowing around without wind and things going missing. But nothing like my experience, and I haven't had anything like that before or since. My boyfriend brought something or someone in. Or it's just that time of the year. My boyfriend moved in recently as we're expecting a baby in May. We've both been sensitive to paranormal occurrences in our life, living in haunted houses or seeing the unexplained. But this is a bit different. I've lived in this apartment for 3 years. I felt nothing but peace, aside from having the neighbors from hell for 2 of those years, but nothing paranormal. The air is light. You don't feel anything menacing. In previous homes I've lived in, I could feel a presence as if someone's there. And as far-fetched as it sounds, I do consider myself somewhat of a clairvoyant. There are several events in my life that I had predicted correctly. It's almost Halloween. Things in the house started moving around. I don't know if it's because the veil is thinning or if it's because my birthday's arrived. This is not a post to get birthday wishes, by the way. Oh well, happy birthday. or the thing that's been following my boyfriend around his entire life has made its way into my home. Some instances that occurred in the past 3 days. The deodorant in my clear work bag physically lifted up in the bag and dropped. The bag has stayed in the same place for the past 4 days. Washed silverware sitting in the dish rack was heard clinking together. A bottle of cleaning solution that was placed on the top of the refrigerator flew down to the ground as my boyfriend walked out of the kitchen. My state passes out candy the Thursday before Halloween. It's so lame, I know, but what do you mean the state passes out candy? And as I was sitting on my porch in front of my closed door, I heard footsteps shuffle up behind me. I looked around to see if any kids were walking up and down the street. They were empty. There is no way and no room for somebody to sneak behind me. Several loud knocks were heard just an hour before this was posted. However, I am willing to explain most of these occurrences away with logic. I have 3 dogs and 4 cats. It's an animal parade. I feel ya. They're very reactive to sounds and presences. Example. My dogs freak out and bark at the neighborhood raccoons making their nightly rounds to everyone's trash cans. They have not barked or acted strangely. My cats do like to tumble and play roughly with each other upstairs, causing the knocking sounds. The cleaning solution can be explained by my heavily footed boyfriend walking by the refrigerator, the bottle falling at the right angle to get a good distance. My boyfriend thinks he brought something or someone with him when he moved in. If he did, I don't think it's anything malevolent. But with it being my birthday and being so close to Halloween, I'm willing to conscript to the idea that it's maybe my father who passed away when I was 7, wishing me a happy birthday. This is sort of genuinely the happiest one, or maybe the happiest one I've had since his passing 19 years ago. Or I could just be, pregnant and pregnancy brain making us go a little crazy during this time of year. And all of this is completely explained away. What do you think? I hope you all have had a happy Halloween. Congratulations. I had paranormal encounters at an old Soviet summer camp. I used to work at an old Soviet camp in rural Ukraine. It used to be a summer camp for children. Now its current owners are renovating it. Anyway, I worked installing heating in a smaller building 400-ish meters away from the main facility. To get there, you have to pass near a small silicate brick building. I don't know its purpose, but it is relevant. So one day in the middle of August, I was coming back from lunch break and was going towards that little building. It was painted white and had tiny square windows on each side of the door. It was square. Each wall was around 10 feet long and 7 feet high. As I came closer, I noticed something moving behind it. It was around 25 meters away from it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I first thought it was merely a reflection of light because I have astigmatism. But I also had that same feeling, like when I encountered anything supernatural. I did have paranormal encounters before. As I came closer, what I saw made my skin crawl. It was a pallid blue girl's face staring at me with a toothy grin. It wasn't an illusion or hallucination. When I picked up the pace, its gaze followed me and the head turned. It looked almost normal, except for the stretched skin and uneven expression. I saw it very clearly. That girl looked like she had been asphyxiated. After that, I heard screams varying in pitch when I passed that shed. I also saw red eyes staring at me from unlit rooms, and the perpetual feeling of being watched was wild. My intuition tells me that she's, like that girl, is not like the only ghost and entity here. I finished working at that camp a week ago. Sadly, I don't have my phone at the time, so I don't have any pictures of that small building. Navajo Mountain Reservation, Utah. My father and uncle have a kind of a story, you could say. A story of living as outsiders, like non-native Caucasian. So, young people on the reservation. Their tale of experiencing a skinwalker. Oh, my grandma taught school on the reservation. They lived well off compared to the natives living there. And from what I know, there's a lot of lore surrounding the Navajo Nation. Non-natives, primarily older generations, keeping their experiences and stories left unspoken, especially to those not from the culture. Forgive me if I'm mistaking any of this, the culture, ideology, practices, or any other part. I'm just trying to tell the story my family has only spoken to me in whispers about. My grandmother, father, and uncle lived there for a few years. Their experience was much different than the Navajo people who've lived there for generations upon generations. I just want to tell their story and get insight as to anybody else who's lived in that community and any other stories some people might be willing to share. My father and uncle are about 2 years apart in age. They lived in Navajo mountains in the maybe 1980s, about there. My dad was 10, maybe 12, and my uncle's a bit younger. As it goes, they were always outside riding bikes with their friends, natives of the reservation. My grandma was recovering from an abusive relationship with her father, wasn't too concerned with their whereabouts, being it was a small community. There wasn't much trouble around, nor would they know what real trouble was at that age. Trouble wasn't the issue to young white boys in the reservation then. Pure terror was. It was a typical night without any parental supervision. The night was colder than usual. The night sky was blacker than you can imagine. In such a desolate place, the stars in the sky would light the night. This night was as if the earth had moved to a different dimension, an abyss. The boys raced each other as they did every night, till they were compelled to force their brakes in unison. They simultaneously looked up, each boy's face melted from carefree, innocent, adolescent to unadulterated horror. The boys stood motionless, grasping their bikes with every nerve, muscle, and strength in their body onto the dirt road. To the right of them was a mesa, one that they rode by every day, the mesa that paralleled from my family's home. The mesa that they could see through my father and my uncle's bedroom every night. This mesa would become fear and nightmares to them from this night forward. At the top of the mesa was a roaring fire, taller than any bonfire that somebody could assemble, bigger than a group of people could assemble. It raged and was unbelievable. It was almost as tall as the mesa itself. More unbelievable was the pitch-black figure seen cavorting around the bonfire. The native boys of my father and uncle informed them that this was not a typical Navajo dance or ritual. Pits began to form in their stomachs. Friends of my father and uncle turned back around with the word and bolted back to their homes. My father and uncle threw their bikes to the ground and ran across the unpaved road into their home. The two came back in a panic, relaying what they had seen to my grandmother. She was unconcerned. A legend of the natives, she told them, shooed them away. They laid awake all night in their shared room, not saying a word to another. They forced their curtains as closed as possible, too scared to look out the window and see what they shouldn't have to begin with. Neither could shake the images burnt into their memory, but the sun managed to rise and peek through into their room. A sense of release washed over them as the darkness had faded. The boys left their beds, traveled to the kitchen to try a second time to tell my grandmother what they had saw that night. They tried to get a handle on what they saw, but it was as if they couldn't explain it. Again, my grandmother brushed them off, the coffee and newspaper more important than their story. She told them to climb the mesa and to investigate. The boys wrangled the friends who shared the experience with the night prior. The Friends stayed on the dirt road, looked up at the mesa as my father and uncle climbed up to see any evidence of the hell-burning fire they witnessed together. The mesa wasn't much taller than an average one-story house, so the brothers took less than 2 minutes to climb to the top where the nightmare took place. When they got to the top, they were hysterical, and also relieved. There was no indication of a bonfire of that enormity, or even a fire at all that had taken place on the mesa. They climbed down and told the message to friends who had also been part of the shocking scene. Their native friends looked at them in shock, but neither said a word to them. They immediately turned their bikes around and proceeded home. It's never talked about again despite my father and brother asking about it. My grandmother and everyone else in the community refused to talk about it again. My father, he's a skeptic. He doesn't believe in anything paranormal. Aliens, ghosts, mermaids, you name it. But whenever I ask about the skinwalker he saw, he turns pale and white. He gets quiet, jumpy, and curt. I had to plead to get the full story out of him, and I could see goosebumps in every hair standing up in his arms when he shared his experience. My grandma took me to the Navajo Mountains in 2019 to show me her history and to see how Navajo natives still live on this reservation today. According to her, not much had changed since living there in the 80s. I hiked and explored what I could of the reservation. That's not to invade or violate any of the Navajo reservations and its beauty. However, I did feel a change in mood when I visited. My existence felt heavy, as if I wasn't supposed to be there, or if I was invading on territory that wasn't meant for me. Not caused by any of the community there, but just by my presence being on the land. I'll never forget my experience of visiting and all that I learned about reservation life. I climbed the mesa where the skinwalker my dad and uncle had as ritual. I felt pretty normal until I got to the top, stood in the middle. I felt some darkness creep into me as I stood there. I have never been the same since. Looking at yourself in sudden death. Long one. So about 3 months ago, I was on my way home from my second oldest son's house. It was a late evening, but still daylight. The road that I was traveling was a state route 2-lane. The area is rural, with a combination of cornfields and woods with quite a few hilly areas. Traffic was fairly light. At one point, I come upon a fire truck blocking the roadway. The road was closed, so I turned around and, being familiar with the area, made my way around the closure and went on. I texted, let's just, say somebody that I know that's on the local sheriff's department, and asked what was going on with the road being closed. Now, before he answered me back, I had an overwhelming feeling hit me to stick around in the area. There's a cemetery close to that area that I go to quite often, record videos and audio. So that's where I started heading to. I then get the response that it's a fatal crash with a car versus a truck head-on. Female driver deceased, and she's from the area. After I pulled into the cemetery, I got another message. This one had 2 photos attached to it. I opened the attachments, and it was as horrible as I imagined it was. One photo was of her car, totally destroyed. Sheet still covering the driver compartment. No, her body was not visible. There were 2 firefighters in the photo. One standing at the driver's door looking down into the car. Next to him was the medical examiner, I believe, who was also looking down into the driver area. The second firefighter was standing on the passenger side of the door. He too was staring down into the driver area. All 3 had a somber look on their face. The look made you think that they're thinking of themselves, what a shame, what a waste, too young. Now, in the background of this photo is what you'd expect to see. A fire truck, another emergency vehicle, and of course trees and so on. It's daylight with clear skies. I'm trying to allow the reader to see what's in the photo without sharing the photo itself. Now, I had been given the deceased driver's name because due to the career that I retired from, I had dealt with her on several occasions, and he knew that. He, too, had dealt with her a couple of times. Now, as I sat there in the cemetery looking at this photo, I kept getting that overwhelming feeling that I was missing something that was in the photo. And that inner voice, if you want to call it that, kept telling me to look again. Keep looking. So, that's exactly what I did. I kept looking at it. Finally, something said enlarge it. Zoom in on the 2 at the driver door. It was almost like something was begging me to keep looking and not to stop until I found it. So, that's what I did. Then it was like a hammer hit me in the head. Every hair in my body stood on end all at once. I gasped for breath of air and I became physically sick to my stomach. As I'm writing this, I have tears in my eyes and I'm fighting not to cry. As I stated, I knew this female, but it had been a few years since I dealt with her. But there was no denying it in that photograph of the crash scene just behind the 2 EMS workers standing at the driver's door was the face of the deceased driver. I could not believe what I was looking at. For me, there was no denying that she was standing behind them, looking down into the driver's compartment. The look on her face was the look of complete and total shock, like she was staring at her own body crumpled up in the floorboard area, asking herself, why? What have I done? About my daughter? She wound up leaving a 5-year-old daughter behind. I took a screenshot of the enlarged photo to show to the deputy. He's somewhat of a skeptic. The following day I went to see him and I got the full story of what apparently took place before I showed him the screenshot. The look on her face is explained more when I heard what led to the crash. I'm not going to release the information out of respect for her family. They've paid too much already. So I told him that I wanted him to look at the enlarged version of the photo that I was sent. When I held it up for him to see, his face instantly, without hesitation, went white, eyes opened wide, and jaw dropped. He gasped for air and looked at me and said, "That's her. There's no way that's not possible, because she was dead when that was taken." Now, I shown that photo to a limited number of people, just out of, privacy for her and her family, but everybody that has seen it, all have the same reaction. They all see her face instantly without being told what they're looking for, what they might see. In the photograph, her appearance is what she looked like several years ago. Original hair color and style. In the 23 plus years of my job, I've seen a lot of death. I've had people, including children, literally die in my arms. I've handled a lot of crashes with fatalities where I took the photos, and I have never had this happen. I had heard of it, but didn't really believe it could happen. Well, I'm no longer skeptical of this type of thing taking place where death was instant and traumatic. Haunted dorm. In 2013, I was a freshman in college. There are always university stories with haunted dorms, rooms, or basements. So I never thought anything of it when I heard that our dorm, Rogers Hall, was very haunted. Within the first 3 weeks, 5 girls attempted to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Thankfully, they were unsuccessful. But it for sure rocked us and made us start to believe that there may be an angry presence hanging around. One early morning, my roommate and I were asleep. We always left the TV on and we were in bunk beds. This is kind of an important story. Normally, my roommate couldn't get out of bed without, waking me up. But when I woke up, I didn't have my glasses on, but I could see a girl standing in front of her TV. She had medium brown hair and was wearing a gray sweatshirt and some jeans. She looked like she was chewing on her sleeve. I immediately thought that it was my roommate and rolled over to turn on my desk lamp and grab my glasses to ask her why she was up so early. When I flipped on the light and grabbed my glasses, she was gone. Thought maybe my roommate went to the bathroom, so got out of bed and looked up at her bed and she was still sleeping. I shook her awake and asked her how she got up there so quickly. She had no idea what I was talking about. The same day, maybe within a few hours, our friend that lived down the hall went to the communal bathroom, was washing her face. The door to the bathroom was very heavy and scraped the floor when you opened it. She said she heard somebody open the bathroom door. She saw somebody walk behind her. She didn't think anything of it because it was our floor's bathroom and girls were waking up to get ready for classes. On one side of the bathroom, there were toilets. On the other side of the bathroom, there were showers. But there were sinks and mirrors in the middle of both sides. Our friend was on the side of the showers. She said that she saw the girl walk into the shower. And as she was washing her face, she never heard the shower turn on. She called over to her asking if everything was okay. She even walked over to see if the girl needed help. There was no one there. Nothing ever happened again to either of us that year, but it still creeps me out. It wanted me alone in the garage. A lot of things went down in this house, but out of all of the spooky things that have happened to me here, this one just crossed my mind after 18 years. I was 14 years old living in Orange County with my 2 sisters and my mother. We had a rough upbringing, so renting an actual house was like a dream come true for us at that time. Till we realized that we were living in a haunted house. I was with my mom the day we rented. The garage was scary as hell, even in the daylight with people around. It just always gave me a clustered feeling of something being there that I couldn't see. When the garage door was shut, it was pitch black. No light at all from outside could get through that garage door. During the summer, I would wake up early, listen to my CDs on my radio. So every time I came in or out, I made sure my bedroom door was shut because my mom liked to sleep in the living room on the couch right outside my bedroom. I would clean my room, the kitchen, the bathroom before I'd ask my mom if I could meet my best friend at her halfway mark. This particular morning, the funky, spooky things of the house started early. As I walked out of the bedroom, shut my door, walked down the hall, passing 2 bedroom to the restroom, I noticed something from the corner of my eye in the kitchen, like a silhouette of a person that vanished. Apparently, this was normal. My mom's bedroom was directly outside the bathroom doorway to the right. It had a private bathroom which led to the garage. Well, as I was walking out of the restroom, I seen a person walking into my mom's bedroom. Like a woman, which I assumed was my mother since we were the only ones home. Thinking it was my mom, I was talking to her about leaving my friends and the bedroom door shut on my face, and I was like, wow, she's rude today. So I opened the door and again asked if I could go to my friends with her. The bathroom door started shutting. When I opened the bathroom door and said, Mom, I realized the garage door was wide open. The garage door was heavy, and it didn't stay open on its own ever. It was pitch black, and in that moment I knew it wasn't my mom. I ran out, shut her bedroom door behind me, started toward my bedroom, and I noticed my bedroom door was wide open too. I was standing in my room confused and realized my radio was off. I tried turning it multiple times. I seen it was actually unplugged. Went to the living room to wake my mom up and ask if she had went into my room to unplug my radio. She said she didn't ever go into my room or touch my radio that morning. She was sleeping still. I don't even know why I had to ask if she went to the garage through her bedroom for clarification, but needless to say, it wasn't her either. She asked me please not to leave her, or rather, she asked me please not to leave her there alone. But I did, and I feel kind of bad still. Anyways, that night I didn't want to come back home, and I know whatever it was this time, it wanted me in that garage alone. Apartment 201. Both me and my girlfriend were so excited to move in together. It was our first place. We had high hopes. I remember the first time we stepped foot inside the apartment so vividly. Never been one to believe in the supernatural. Not a ghost energy spirit person. That all changed in the last year I spent in our apartment. I remember opening the door to the second floor apartments, walking up on a set of steps and turning on the landing. As I reached the top of the second flight, I became instantly lightheaded, as if the air had become thinner and yet heavier at the same time. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. I also struggled with anxiety. And I've never really had that feeling that I did there. Normal anxiety doesn't touch the feeling you have when you're in a space that just feels wrong. The first weeks living there, I felt anxious, as if my body was telling me to leave. I felt uncomfortable putting up a mirror in our living room. I had the most strange, unequivocal feeling of being scared to see something I didn't want to see in that mirror. There were constant foul smells and sounds lingering and moving through the space. I would feel drained the moment I stepped inside that place at the end of the day. Everything felt wrong from the moment we moved in. Energy was off. All me and my girlfriend could do was fight with one another. We'd never had any animosity in any way. Well, at least in the way that we did in that place. I truly have never felt less like myself. I would see things move in the peripherals and hear what sounded like another couple arguing coming from our vents. I have more I could say, but I'm more curious if anybody's had any similar experience. Still a little bit of processing everything as I just moved out a little over a month ago. My paranormal experience. So I joined this server just to tell my experience and see others. I've always been a fan of everything paranormal, but always keep a lot of boundaries, trying to find explanations for everything that happened to me. Most times I can debunk it, or a lot of the time it's just me scaring myself, but anyways, enough rambling. My first experience was in my grandma's house when I was only like 6. My mom's family is very aware of spirits, while my dad's side are more the logical thinking people. So I've mainly been stuck in the middle. But this experience is my most unexplained one. It was late, probably midnight, and I was going to bed. So I get in bed and I start to feel scared. I get under the covers, I stay for a minute until I look back up. There is a man standing in the doorway. Note, the bed was in the middle of the room, so this man started to walk to the side of the bed away from the door. So when I got my chance, I bolted out of the room to go get my grandma. Figure was a full-on white misty thing. About a year later, I had the same thing tapping on my feet. Second experience is at my mom's current house. The house was built in 1931, and almost everybody who enters says it's haunted. As far as we know, we have 2 spirits. One of my uncle who used to live there, and my half-sister's dad, who pretty much every investigation he talks to us. He claims he follows my mom. I don't even know why, as they ended up on bad terms, apparently. My mom's current roommate also had seen a girl hanging in a mirror, and his dead dog at the end of the bed. Maybe I'll send the images one day. My mom also has heard a girl laughing. She's the only girl in the home, or at least that's when she hears the laughing, she's the only one there. My experiences there were the lights in the back room turning on and off. The kitchen cabinets that no one can reach open and close on their own, basic stuff. Spirits don't seem to be evil, but the energy does. The farther you go north in the house, the more intense the energy. One time, just last week, I could barely breathe being in that back room. We realized there was a shift in energy right where the crawlspace opening is. It's really intense by the crawlspace in and out of the house. I dropped a lighter by the crawlspace and found it in the basement. Potential vortex. Or further proof that lighters have legs, like I suspect. My dad is as mischievous in death as he was in life. That's my dog. So my dad died 5 years ago. It was a freak car accident while he and my older brother were driving home from sports events that they'd gone to. My dad was larger than life in every sense of the word. He was 6 feet 8 inches tall, covered in tattoos, and had this laugh that I swear you could hear across the country. He and his twin brother, they were identical by the way, they played so many pranks on us while growing up that we sort of just got used to it. That has not changed. Only now, dear Dad has the final laugh. The night of his funeral, my uncle and I were sitting together in the backyard. Uncle was telling stories about Dad and some of their wild teenage years. I remember so badly wanting to hug my dad. All of a sudden, my uncle and I hear this unmistakable sound of my dad laughing, followed by the back door slamming shut. Uncle and I stared at each other wide-eyed and then burst into laughter. 'Cause yep, that's my dad for you. The door, in case you're wondering, turned out to be locked from the inside. Uncle and I were the only ones home at the time outside of the Rottweiler beast. I don't think he can lock deadbolts. Took an hour for us to find the spare key. My dad liked to move our spare key around because it makes it harder for robbers to find, in his own words. He's continued to prank us over the years. Our keys go missing, your phone will start blaring his favorite song at 3 a.m. out of nowhere, or you'll wake up to the sound of my dog growling that distinctive Roddy rumble. His laughter's always heard, as well as the scent of Old Spice, favorite cologne. We miss him every day, but he always manages to remind us that he gets the last laugh nowadays. Almost 30 years ago. Almost 30 years ago, I was spending several months in Western Europe, staying in a former monastery built in the 17th century. Very early on during my stay, I was warned by one of the girls who worked there to stay away from certain areas of the building, or at least not to go there by myself. When I asked why she said none of them ever went there alone, it was because they would see black figures staring at them from the end of the hallway. Well, I've always loved ghost stories, but I'd never seen one. Wasn't too bothered by what she told me. In fact, actually wanted to go to that area to see if I could catch something. Spoiler alert. Never saw anything there or anywhere else in the building, but that didn't mean nothing happened. I spent several months in there. It was only after I left that I started to realize something was wrong with that place. Many things happened there, but if I were to tell them all, I'd end up with a book. You see, I changed while I was there. I started hearing my name being called constantly by a voice I didn't recognize. Not only that, I couldn't even tell if it was male or female. Nothing else was said, only my name was called. Looked around, but couldn't see anyone. Oftentimes, I would hear people playing billiards, and I'd head out where the billiard table was, only to find the room deserted and the balls put away. As soon as I walked away, I would almost immediately hear the sound of play, which I knew couldn't be because I'd just been there seconds before, right? But the funny thing is at the time, I didn't think anything of it. Not of my name being called, and not of the phantom billiards game. The attic of this building was huge. It had been turned into a library. There was brand new heating and heavy new insulation installed. I'd go there to get away from people and to read. At first, there was nothing unusual. I could be there for hours with nobody else bothering me. But soon that would change. I started feeling as if someone were standing behind me. When I looked, everywhere, nobody was there. Soon I started hearing strange knocking noises behind me, and the room became so cold I could see my own breath steaming. I checked the heat and it was fine, but I felt more and more uncomfortable there. I felt unwelcome, but I still went there until one day when I went up the stairs, and even though, it was open, I was unable to pass the threshold. There's nothing blocking my way, and yet I couldn't pass no matter how hard I pushed. tried for about 10 minutes and finally gave up. I never went to the attic again. The weird thing about it is that was this one place where I never heard my name being called. I could possibly write a book with everything else that happened, but this has taken long enough already. The thing is, I never wanted to leave. I left that place 30 years ago, and although I don't hear my name being called, I know it wants me to go back. It just sits there. I think it sits there waiting. A few experiences from 1999. This happened years ago, and I feel like it's time to share it. I'd been dating my ex-wife a while, and we lived in the basement of a small apartment that her work owned. She had left to take her cousin home while I stayed with her son. He was asleep, and I was in the living room. I got this sudden cold chill. I heard from the bedroom a voice that said, "Come here." Now I thought, okay, maybe it's from outside or just upstairs from another person. Creepy, but whatever, right? Then I heard a woman's voice say my name and ask me to come here. She says it's okay, that she won't hurt me. It scared the crap out of me. I go on the porch and leave my door open so I can hear her son if he wakes up. Yep, I left him in bed while I was hearing voices coming from the bedroom. Not my finest moment, I know. When girlfriend came back, I told her what happened, and she told me she'd heard voices before, and it was fine. Okay. Next one, we were all asleep, and her son woke up crying. I started to get up to get him a bottle when I saw her by his crib. She says not to worry about it, and she's got it and goes back to sleep. Well, rather I go back to sleep. I crawl back in bed and cuddle back with her and fall asleep, not realizing that, one, she was in two places at once. So next day it clicked and I asked her. She did get up to get her son a bottle, but she said no. Apparently she didn't. That's when I figured out that she was in bed when I got up. Last one was 2 months before we got married. Same building, but this time her younger sister was staying the night. Next day she went to a church and left the two of us there alone. She was 12, I was 22. We were talking about ghosts and stuff, and she was telling me stories that she experienced. My girlfriend later admitted that the stories were all true. But back to that day as I was shaving, she was sitting on the bed talking about a ghost when she looked at me and screamed. I turned around and she was there, but somebody was right behind me. Of course, I didn't see it, but I believed her as I could see her from the mirror and I saw the terror in her face. When we both went back to the bedroom, my girlfriend's CD collection had been moved. One in particular was pushed out like it wanted to be seen. It was the single of The Invisible Man by 98 Degrees. These all happened in 1999. I have a few more, but I wanted to share these first. Bit of a long story, but here's my experience. I knew something was off whenever I was in a room alone, especially with my back to the entrance. I felt as if I wasn't alone, and whatever it was didn't seem to be looking for a friend, more like looking for a victim. I never felt this when I was anywhere but home, but it was still horrifying for any 7-year-old. In my bedroom one day, I was with my sister and we're sitting on the bed playing Connect 4. Nice. I had just won when we heard a knock on my door, a solid knock from the knuckles. So I stood up and opened the door and I didn't see my parents. We had cats, but they can't knock. I didn't know what them scratching at the door sounded like. We walked over to my parents' bedroom and their door was closed. We knocked and explained what happened. They were confused and explained how they were in there the whole time and didn't knock. We all brushed it off as a one-time odd occurrence, not thinking much of it. But looking back now, that's where we went wrong. A couple of months later, I was in the basement with my sister. They were in the area off to the side, out of the way, and I was in the main area. The staircase in the center surrounded by drywall, and the other side was the workshop. So I was riding my scooter around the staircase through the workshop into the main area. One of these laps, I saw just 3 heads floating in the workshop in line. I don't remember the faces, but they were all of a man's head. They weren't moving up or down, just facing forward, all the same direction toward the staircase. I stopped as I was confused. I didn't see how they could be there. They weren't there the next lap. I found my parents and explained this to them. They were just as confused as I was. We didn't know what to do. I was only 7 or 8, so not exactly what you'd call a reliable source. We didn't do anything because, well, we kind of couldn't. Fast forward another few months and I'm in the shower rinsing my hair. We had a mirror on the wall of the shower. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up at the mirror directly and I saw a black figure emerging from the wall. Just the shape of a torso and an arm extended at my left shoulder, about to make contact with me. Then it vanished. I heard a loud drop of water, like a water bottle worth of water had fallen into a bucket. But the only place there could be a bucket that I'd hear and not see is in the closet behind the bathroom and in front of my room. But the closet's full. There's no room for a bucket. I step out of the shower, terrified without even bothering to dry off. I step out of the bathroom and tell my parents who were sitting in the room next to the bathroom. I was shaking and I was cold and I could barely get a word out. My dad sat in the bathroom as I finished my shower. That was the last shower I'd ever taken in that bathroom. At this point, my mom admitted she felt like she'd been being watched too, especially when she was working. She worked at home from the basement. Fast forward about a couple of years back. Fast forward? You mean rewind? You said fast forward, so I'll ignore the back part. Anyway, my friends have a friend over who they knew about. Well, apparently they knew about this whole thing going on. She supposedly knows about paranormal activity, and she said that she felt a presence, and not a good one. We also found a Ouija board from my mom's parents. None of us ever touched it. We gave it to the same friend who knew what to do with it. Another year or so passes and we're talking with a family friend. My dad met him from work and then he quit, became a nurse. He quit being an RN and became a priest. So we had him basically bless our house and especially where everything happened. None of us has had an experience like this since. I do occasionally feel like I'm being watched, but a much weaker feeling. I told the story to some people from my BSA troop while sitting around a fire one night, and one kid said he didn't sleep that night when he talked to me the day after. A weird story that happened to me years ago. So I was never really big into the supernatural thing, and to this day I'm kind of rather doubtful of it all, but one thing I still cannot explain even after years was something that happened to me as a child. I was hearing the TV downstairs as I went to fill up my glass of water. Didn't think too much about it since my parents often fell asleep in front of the TV. However, as I went to check on them, there was absolutely no one in the room. The TV was turned off. I even touched it to see if it was warm and therefore had been recently used. Okay, I thought. I was just slightly confused, but still returned to bed. The next morning, I woke up with an unfamiliar place. It was the TV room, or the living room, in front of the TV. Now that really freaked me out. My parents suggested they lock the doors at night since they took me for a sleepwalker. In the coming weeks, I regularly heard the TV noises, especially around midnight, even when I was 100% sure my parents were in their bedroom. But after that incident, I never checked that room again and generally avoided that lower floor at night. I moved out years ago and asked my parents about it, but they didn't really know anything about the TV running at night. Weird, right? Well, I visited last week and I was watching TV in the middle of the night. Turned it off to go to bed and wouldn't you know it, fucking turned on again after I turned it off. No touching the remote or anything. Just jumped back alive. Well, I turned it off again and got the out of there. Went to bed, woke up with the same chair like when I was a child the next morning. Right where I sat when I was watching TV the night before. So I guess I'm not too keen to visit again. I just heard an inexplicable sound coming from my parents' room. I am a student. I'm not very athletic, nor am I in any way sporty, but rather more of an academic. So when we had sports day qualifications at school for the first time in 3 years, I was forced to truly exert myself. I was fortunately able to win first place in the 100-meter sprint and qualify. I was quite proud of my victory, but I hated it just as much. I should have prepared beforehand by doing some stretches or warming up because the next day my body ached a lot. Despite the physical discomfort, went to school and was pretty much a lot of fun. We were forced to pretty much end the day with a practice march past the actual sports day. That was next week. That would have been fine had it not been 32 degrees Celsius. About 90 degrees, I think. If my body hadn't been aching, and in retrospect, I realized my throat felt somewhat constricted and I had some trouble swallowing. After school, I went for a tuition, which wasn't so bad because I went in my friend's car and was able to sit down during it, and I was able to find a taxi relatively easily. I thought tuition is just what you... Oh, never mind. As soon as I got home, my father started getting ready to leave for the hospital. He went for an appointment. My mother was already home at the time of visiting her sickly mother. However, I wasn't alone at home. I had 3 cats, and my only complaint was that it was loud because my neighbors who lived directly above my house were renovating, but all that sound ceased at around 7 or so. That's when things started to get weird. I was studying when I noticed I was feeling warm. I went into my parents' room and I got a thermometer to check my temperature. It only read 100.7. I did tell my parents because they had their own problems and instead decided to finish the chapter I was revising, then go to sleep. I had just sat down when I heard a peculiar sound. Before I go on, I must confess I am a fan of short horror stories, and being alone in the house at 7:30 in the evening, my mind began to wander. I entertained the idea of a ghost. Despite this, I am a realist, and instead tried to figure out, what made this sound. Could have been the construction workers doing renovations, but it could have been my cats. Still, it was a peculiar sound. It sounded like somebody was tapping with their fingernail against wood, with their pace sort of increasing with each tap. I was sitting at a wooden desk at the time and almost recreated the sound. A few seconds after I did, I heard the sound again, slightly louder than the one that I had made. For the second time, I recreated the sound. This time, what I heard was different. Instead, there were 2 taps, maybe 5 seconds apart. My mind began to race as I tried to consider each possibility, but my churning gray matter formed a horrible thought. I was hearing the sounds coming from what sounded like my parents' bedroom, and the only wood was the bed frame, a table, a display case, and their cupboards, which were up against the wall separating our rooms. They were made of wood. I stopped echoing the sounds, and when I did, or rather didn't, they stopped. But then I wanted to test to see whether or not what I was hearing was still there. And so I tapped, recreating the first sound, to which I was met with the creepiest of all sounds I've heard that night. I was like somebody was rolling marbles against the cupboard. I immediately covered my eyes and began to recite what I was studying mentally whilst I was doing this. There were more sounds, like another tapping, but this one sounded... It was deeper, and I don't even know how else to phrase it. Eventually the sound ceased, and I opened my eyes and began to look around my room for my cats. One of them was on my bed. The second was somewhere else around the house, and the third, who was blind in one eye, was sitting on the door, or rather at the door, looking at the direction of my parents' room. It was only when I saw the third that I realized she was meowing more than usual that night, despite her food and water bowls being full. My mother came home soon after and went into a room, into which I followed her, noticing the third cat laying down in the hall. In her room, I saw a pet toy in her room, and it was plastic with a smaller plastic ball in it, which made a sound when you shook. Thought I'd found the source of my sound. However, as I was typing this, I began to realize certain details do not add up. The toy was on the bed, not the floor, which wasn't wood, and even if it was the ball, I doubt the cat would recreate the same sound twice and with the same toy. And even deeper sound and the sound of rolling marbles. Don't lose your marbles. My experience living in a haunted house. This all happened when I was 6 years old. I still remember it so vividly. Just to preface, I'm open to the idea of the paranormal, but for the most part, I'm still a skeptic. I'm one of those I wouldn't be surprised if ghosts really existed, but for now, I don't think they do sort of people. I believe there's an explanation for any paranormal experience that we face, whether it's simple or complicated. My parents had emigrated from Vietnam in the 80s, did the whole Ellis Island immigration process. They lived all over the country, but fast forward to 1993, they had me in California. In 1999, my family was pretty poor and decided that we wanted to try to get a place with my cousin's family, my dad's brother's family. They went searching for a house in Sacramento, California. They found a place that was kind of oddly cheap. If I recall correctly, it was a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house with a gated automatic fence. And that was kind of really fancy back then. Now here are the details that were told to me later in life when I got older and spoke to my parents about this house. There was obviously a catch to the low price point of this house. The offering price was due to the fact that it was known to be haunted. The real estate agent was very upfront about this, mentioned the history of the house. The regional owner of the house died in the nursery of the house. The nursery was located underneath the stairs. Think Harry Potter sort of cupboard, but much bigger and kind of actually a room. We're unsure of what the owner died from, but my parents didn't think it was necessary to know or even remember. My dad and his brother were skeptics at the time and were only interested in the price point. The real estate agent mentioned that there have been many families that lived here, and all of them experienced paranormal activity and moved out fairly quickly. This did not stop them from taking the offer. There were many things that we experienced in this house. Some very typical, such as creaky pipes and wood or extreme or sudden cold temperatures, footsteps and things like that. However, I'd just like to share what I deemed to be the creepiest moments. Although it was a 5-bedroom house, we had to share rooms due to 2 families living in the house. I shared a room with 2 of my cousins, both around my age. One of the nights I remembered, this was a couple of weeks living here. We were already experiencing some creepy things. I really needed a drink of water. We had a pact that if we ever went somewhere in the middle of the night, we would wake each other up and go together. So I woke up my cousins and told them to come with me to get a drink of water really quick. We had an uncle that stayed with us at the time. He's that uncle that goes from family to squat for as long as he can. He still does this to this day, pretty much. He would stay anywhere he possibly could. Well, he didn't mind sort of taking the nursery over. Obviously, when we were kids, our parents didn't inform us of all the paranormal talk that they had. All of our experiences were discovered on our own. So as we walked down the stairs, we could hear our uncle groaning in his sleep, almost as though he was in pain. We sat on the stairs, continued to listen. We were trying to make out what it was trying to say. We noticed that the name Sam kept coming up. We got our water, went back down to sleep. The next day, we brought up what we heard our uncle say to our parents and told them he kept saying the name Sam. My parents looked at us in terror. They then tried to play it off and said it was nothing of concern. We were kids, but we definitely knew they were hiding something from us. But we moved on from it. When we were older and talked about this incident, our parents finally told us the truth about the incident. My parents told me and my siblings, and I eventually told my cousins who had already been told by their cousins. So apparently Sam is the name of the original owner that passed away in that nursery. They had not informed my uncle about the name of the owner. They confronted my uncle, and he too had no idea what we were even talking about. This sent chills up my spine, even so many years after the experience. So here's the last experience that was pretty much the, okay, we're moving motive. After about 4 or 5 months, we had a Lunar New Year's party. Typically, these drinking parties will go on all night, and it usually ends up in a mellow talk to each other in the living room, gathering to the end of the night sort of thing. It was probably 1 a.m. at this point, and the people that were left were all in the living room at the base of the stairs. Everyone was pretty much accounted for. The night was dying down, everyone was chatting, and suddenly, we hear doors and maybe windows start to slam shut upstairs one by one. This lasted maybe 10 seconds. It almost didn't sound real because it seemed like there were more doors and windows shutting than we ever had. Silence. As we all stopped and stared at the top of the stairs, terrified, my dad and brother started to walk up the stairs. Sort of us crept behind them. They called out to see if anybody's up there, and no response. Here's the scary part. Every single door was open. There wasn't a single door that was actually slammed shut at all. Yet we heard all these doors slam one after another. I remember so vividly crying my eyes out. My uncle came back and said, "All the doors are open." We moved out within the week. My parents never shared with me the address of the place, never wanted me to look it up any further. I don't blame them. However, I'd be really interested in looking up more of the history of the house. I've tried Googling things such as Sam Sacramento Haunted House, but found nothing. I remember what the house looked like, but as extensively as I've tried to search it up, I can't find it. I'd be interested if anybody's able to find the house I'm looking for. I'll leave a description of the house below. It's a 2-story white house, very symmetrically boxy. Big 2-car garage, black gates that surrounded the house that opened up by sliding gates that lead to the driveway in the garage. Grass lawn with a decent-sized tree. The backyard was pretty much cement and dead grass. It was located in the middle of a suburban street, otherwise known as not a corner house and not a circle or court, just a regular drive street address between 2 other houses. Try to remember the type of tree that is. That might help people. Alone and terrified by a ghost. While working as a night dispatcher for an alarm company, I received a frantic call one midnight. It was a janitor from an elementary school that we monitor. We spoke often. With trembling voice, she asked if we sent the police. An intruder was in the school. This woman was hysterical. My partner called the police as I stayed in the line with her. I asked for a description of the intruder and where she was for the police. She replied, "I'm hiding under a desk in the main office." This was serious. In my 7 years as a dispatcher, I handled bank robberies, guns to the face, break-ins, arsons, etc. I never heard anyone so scared. After calming her down, I asked her what happened. This was her reply. She was done for the night, alone in the building with all doors and classrooms locked. She was gathering her things, ready to exit and set the alarm. The building was silent. Strangely, she heard a metal garbage bag rattling. She looked to see a young red-haired woman standing over her garbage, kind of just looking at her. She was wearing a dress, pumps, a coat with a fur collar, and looked sad. Her clothes seemed old-fashioned. My janitor friend said to the woman, "Excuse me, but the school's closed. You must leave." The red-haired lady calmly turned down the hallway without saying anything. The janitor followed close behind, wondering who she was and how she got in. As she turned the corner, expecting to see the trespasser down the long corridor, no one was there. She checked all the doors along the corridor all the way to the exit, and all the doors were locked. Not to mention there was no sound of any door being opened in the quiet building. Fear set in and she ran to call me. The janitor began to cry and said, "Please send the police, hurry." I said, "What do you mean?" "She wasn't there." She replied through tears, "There was no one, nowhere for her to go. I turned the corner and she was just gone." She seemed in shock or in denial. The police notified us that they were outside. All doors were locked along the outside perimeter. They wanted in. Poor, terrified janitor didn't want to leave the office. I convinced her to let the officers in, and they did a thorough search and found no signs of entry or anyone. No one was observed in the vicinity. The janitor quit, never called me again. This was 25 years ago, and there were no cameras monitoring the school at that time. My first paranormal experience. To start, this is a true story. My family and I moved from South California to Mexico, 2007. We were accompanied by two of my parents' friends along the way. My parents built a 3-story house, so we had all of our room, and parents, their friends from California, and my aunt who stayed in another room. Despite all those people in the house, I felt something was off. They told me that I was adjusting and I still hadn't really called the priest to bless the house yet. That's when he came and all would feel better. Anyway, bedtime came and my brother and I decided to sleep in the parents' bedroom the first night. I know we were old, but every other room was taken or filled with boxes. So since it's a big master bedroom, we placed our sleeping bags on the floor and called it a day. Sadly, I'm always the last one to go to sleep. So there I am waiting to fall asleep. That's when I start feeling the room go cold. Thought nothing of it, but then I started feeling very scared for no reason. I did what we all do at that age and wrapped myself in a blanket. Thought it was all in my head. But then I heard a dog breathing close to my ear. I knew that my brother was around the other side, so it wasn't him. I was really scared now, but I also feared for my family. I am the oldest. They were all asleep, and in an act of desperation and fear, I got up only to find nothing was there. I woke my dad up and told him what happened. He just thought I was exaggerating and told me to pray and sleep. This time I slept a little closer to them, and right when I was about to go to sleep, a solid steel door that we have at our entrance slammed so hard everybody jumped and woke up. And this had never happened before. The 12 years later, it never happened again either. There was no wind at all, and nobody could explain how it opened without the key. They all started talking, and then they looked at me and told me to go to sleep. So I left. I woke up the next morning, and as I was making my cereal bowl, my mom asked me what I saw or what I heard. I told her. She just went pale. She said my aunt and her 2 guests saw a woman in white walk down the stairs. Moments later, the door slammed shut, and we looked, and the 7 people can't be wrong. This was one of many things to happen in our house, including 4 years of sleep paralysis daily. Old home secret door. I used to live in a home that was old. This house backed up to the woods, a lake, and other places to explore as a little kid. Everything was there for a kid, anything you could ask for. But there was one thing that bothered me the most. The secret door in my room. I'm going to try and paint a picture for you. There was a white picket fence. After the opening of the door, you would head into the main entrance. Looking inside the house from the main door, you would see a staircase that was going upstairs in front of you. Walk upstairs, and there'd be a split. Left to right, guest room, bathroom, guest room, guest room. I grew up in the 3rd guest room. Inside this room, it was stained wood everywhere, ceiling, wall, and floor. There were 2 windows. Everything creaked and made a sound. You knew exactly where you were walking to not make any sound, but one thing in this room bothered me. There was a closet with shelves. You had to open this door to see it, and under the bottom there was a loose-fitting board. If you moved it, there was a hole. Inside this hole was a crawl space, and a lot of it. Apparently, the parents found notes inside this crawl space and told me nothing about it until I was older. They just said that we found notes, apparently. This creeps me out just typing this. I can feel my hair standing up, and when I was younger, I felt my bed shake. I hardly slept because my bed was shaking at times. All I could think about was the door in my room. Keep in mind, this whole room was pretty much wood everywhere. It's the only room like that in the house. I would have dreams and horrible dreams. One night I would have a dream of the door opening. I was lifted off the bed. There's a black cloud and red eyes watching me. This cloud would bring me outside of my room. I would try and run down the stairs, but was thrown back up the stairs, all in slow motion. Once I would wake up, the bed was shaking. Not from me shaking the bed was shaking. The wooden bed was shaking in a wooden room. It was a horrible sound. This happened over and over, and to this day I don't like talking about it. I do not believe in ghosts, but I think back to this moment and question everything sometimes. Whatever was in that room didn't want me in there. Glad to be out of it. I gotta say, if something shook my bed every day, I don't know if I could barely believe in ghosts, but you do you. See ya.